Hello and welcome to the second ever Officer Club Championship. My name is Ólafur Hrafn and I will be your host for today. But as always, I'm joined by some awesome community experts that are going to help me keep track of all the action and give you guys all the juicy details. This time around, that is Scout and Rydek. Welcome, guys. How are you doing today?
Hey, how's it going?
Are you feeling good?
Yeah,
I'm feeling pretty good. Keep talking at the same time.
that's cool.
See, this is what happens as soon as we add an additional person. It means that we're gonna be having this all day. We're gonna be talking over each other, and that's fine. That's fine. So why don't you introduce yourselves for people that might not know you, starting with you, Scout.
Well, I am Scout, or known as Scout Shout on Twitch. I've been in the community for a good 2 years now. Been streaming for most of it. Been casting for some of it now. I'm a pretty laid-back dude. Like to hang out, stream cards on my channel. And yeah.
Your channel is twitch.tv/scoutshout.
That is correct.
All right. And you, Rydek?
Well, I have experience as Scout. I've only been playing for a couple of months, and this is the first official tournament that I'm part of. But I do run my own tournaments on the side, K-League, for instance, and been streaming the game as well. So quick and easy, lemon squeezy.
And for those that are interested in checking out the K-League, how can they stay up to date with what's happening?
Through the Discords. We have our own separate Discord where we organize everything. We're currently at our second season, and we still have some slots left for participants. So if you're interested, you can always go ahead and check out the Discord. I think it will be put in the chat once around the time that we finally get to the delay here. Because
we should be live now with the delay. I see there's a little bit of dropped frames. I really hope that will not continue. Not sure what might be causing that. But today we have a really action-packed tournament day ahead of us. We have not 8 players this time around, but 9 players, since 2 players were actually tied down to the point on the ladder at the end of the season last season. And that's Hubble Bub and Zero Canada Bear Zero. So we're going to start the day off by having these guys play each other. We're going to have them play each other to see who ends up claiming that final spot in the bracket. So you guys have been looking at the deck lists this morning. We're seeing a lot more variety this time around.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A lot less dominated by Germany. A lot more people picking up ramp. A lot of Soviet value, even some Commonwealth decks in there, some Feigned Retreat decks, a lot of the new Theaters of War cards being used in many of these decks. And I think we're going to have some really interesting games.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm really looking forward to some of the guys here. I'm not going to spoil them just yet, but just looking at the deck lists, some of them make me wet. Let's just say it like this.
Well, I mean, this is the first time I think that we have all 5 major nations represented in the tournament. We have 6 out of 7 ally nations. The only nation not represented today is France, so we're not going to be seeing any resistance in this tournament.
True.
I think kind of for the audience at home, there was one rule change that we did between the first version of the OCC and the second one, and that is that this time around, players have to bring 3 decks from 3 different major nations. And when you're playing the best of 3 series, once you win a game with a certain deck, you can't bring that deck again for the rest of the series. So when we get to the finals and we get to the best of 5, that means that we're going to be seeing, the player that wins is only as strong as their weakest deck, because they have to win with all 3 of their decks. What are your thoughts about this change?
I think it's really nice because it's really going to test the player's ability to really branch out and really show that they're a master of everything in cards rather than just being a one-trick pony and kind of just writing a single deck all the way to the top.
Yeah, I agree. It just adds just a little bit of spice to the whole experience of making different decks and playing with them, and just helps out with the balance a little bit, I think, as well.
Yeah. Another thing that we added this time around is we're going to be having player cameras or player photos while we're in the game. So we're going to be able to, at least for most of the players, see their reactions live when, crazy things happen, like happened last time. And I'm really looking forward to how this will play out. So let's take a quick look at the bracket. Here we can see that J King is currently waiting for the winner of Hubble Bub and Canada Bear, which is going to be our first game of the day, starting in just about maybe 2-3 minutes. And after that, it's going to be J King versus the winner of that. Then Rain Zone 77 taking on Shadow TP. Shadow TP, the other newcomer this time around.
Yeah, 3 newcomers. The 2 people duking it out there, and then of course Shadow.
Yeah.
Looks like Blue Blast and Ari, if they both win their bracket, will be getting their little rematch a little earlier on this time around.
Yeah.
So
first match for Blue Blast is Darkness again. And then we have Merlini X and Ari Big Ben. So this is definitely a very exciting bracket, and I can't wait to get it started. So looking at all the stuff, it looks to me that Hubble Bub and Canada Bear are both set up and ready. So we're going to go on to a quick, it's going to say 3-minute countdown timer, but we're just going to make it 2 minutes. So we're going to go on a quick 2-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you the match between Hubble Bub and Canada Bear. And we are back, and we're just about to head into the first match, and we'll just go there right now. This is the first match between Hubble Dub and Canada Bear. We're looking at the Hubble Dub POV there, and this is the Canada Bear POV. You can see the indicator on the camera. Take it away, guys. I'm going to let you guys take the lead on the casting.
All right.
All right.
Looks like both players are opening up with Germany. Hubble Bubble bringing his frontline pretty aggressive German deck, I'd say. Canada Bears looking a little more on the controlling mid-range side, but, you know, still also pretty aggressive. Really nice of Hubble to get that 109th engineer out early. Gonna get quite a big verbal win on the front line there.
Yeah, and in a mirror matchup like this, you know, there's Warble wins on both sides. It's really important to be the one that buffs his first.
Yeah, agreed. It's gonna be a race to the clock at this. I'm just looking at the hand here. We got some good options here. Got some good options for Canada here.
Yeah, those Flampanzers are probably gonna get him a little far.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, he has some good targets for those.
I was surprised to see him not go for the 109th engineers with that first Flampanzer, but
he does have a second, so
he does. But you know, there's the possibility that he gets more buffs out, or he could just, you know, take the front line.
I mean, it did cost him his fast hinds though, so that's something that you know Hubble is gonna have up his sleeve.
But, you know, Fast Heinz, 1K card, he took the front line back, which is really good for him against this particular opponent, and now also has a 5/5 Flampanzer on the board. So that's pretty scary right there.
Yeah, and it is imperative for Hubble to maintain the front line because, one, he has a supply lines in that he cannot use otherwise, so I think he's going to move his engineer up just to make sure he keeps that front line up there.
Yeah. Canada looking in a much better position now, I think. He's got plenty of control options.
Don't forget the
5. Yeah. 5/5 in the front line. And Hubble just lacking cards a little bit. Well, they're about even now, but Canada definitely packing more of a board presence. Unfortunately, Ollie had to BRB. Sounds like he had a phone call, maybe, so we can't quite see Hubble's POV, but...
Yeah, we'll have to make do with this screen here.
Ooh, Panzer 3H. I wonder what he drew there.
Yeah.
5/5 Flampanzer, still a very large body on the front line. A Nebelwerfer getting
Here
a
comes
free
the
hit
hour.
in. Yeah, maybe.
Alright, sorry about that. Need to run real quick.
Looks like he kind of miscalculated his support line space there. It's a bit unfortunate. He's probably going to lose the 5/3 Flampanzer. I think if he played that a little differently, he could have cleared both those tanks and still held the front line pretty well. But it looked like he kind of miscalculated his support line space there.
Yeah, and Bubble now also has a couple of options. I mean, he can clearly artillery the other Canona, but he also has a Flampanzer now, so...
Yeah, it looks like he picked the Flampanzer with his Panzer 3H there.
He's not gonna kill the... Not sure, but I'm not sure if that was the... I mean, he wants to clear the front line, that's for sure.
I don't think he's too worried about the Nashib, actually, because Canada really doesn't have too many cards in his hand anymore.
Oh, now he can just start clearing here. Now Bubble is in a good position.
Alright, it's a little back and forth here, both of them trading the front lines. Hubble out of cards now. Canada getting his hand back. Both of them, I don't know, they kind of look like the same deck. Good old German, US, get the front line and hold it. So the front line is definitely something they both just really, really want.
Yeah, for sure. And both have Comet.
Yeah. Both packing the Comet. Hubble with a lot more phase pressure than Canada can, I think, deal with right now. Not too many great draws from him.
Yeah, there goes the Nash up here.
This
Yeah,
just
for a
might be
bubble.
where it ends. Having to trade the comment into the Flompanzer.
Yeah, that's not optimal.
Didn't really have a lot of other options though.
No, he did not. These decks are very momentum based, and of course, Hubble with the top deck
Yeah,
Blitzkrieg to
GG.
close out the game. He also has the Comet play, but you know, either way, it's GG for Hubble.
can
A pretty
finish it.
quick game there. Yeah.
Yeah, and with
That's
that, Hubble takes the first game. A quick game. Well, I mean, to be expected with, you know, two really quick decks like those German Blitz decks, but he can't bring this deck again. So Canada might have an easier time in the next match.
Maybe. Hubble looks like he's packing more than just that for aggressive decks, however. He's also bringing... he's the one bringing the Commonwealth deck, too. So it'll be interesting to see what he brings next time.
oh, game 2 already. There we go.
Yep, we're into game 2. Looking at
Hubble-
the mulligans.
Hubble's sticking with the aggression, switching to his Japan deck. Canada also sticking with the aggression, sticking with his German deck. Perhaps he felt, you know, maybe he just got unlucky that last game.
Yeah.
Because it was very back and forth.
Yeah, and I mean, it's always just, you know, there's so much variance that takes place in these type of mirror matchup games. So this should be interesting. I mean, here we can now see, does Canada Bear have a Germany deck that can crush this Japan deck?
Usually, Germany is kind of a mixed bag versus Japan, because on one hand they have a ton of removal in the form of the, you know, the on deploy units like Nebelwerfer and Flompanzer to deal with these units, but on the other hand they really lack healing for the later game. So if they don't close out the game quickly, they can often just get completely steamrolled by the burn cards that these aggressive Japan decks are usually running.
Yeah, and I don't know. I feel like Japan also just has a lot of reach, right? They can kind of reach your headquarters with damage, even from the backline. So you need to be in control from the very get-go against Japan.
Yeah, that's where those late game burn cards come in. Like Hien's, Hayabusas, even just, you can see in his hand the air blitzes even.
Yeah. I mean, right now in his hand, he has what? 2, 4, 8. He has 11 damage to HQ that he can do from across the field in his hand already.
Yeah, and if you pay close attention, your bombing rate is gonna do some damage here if he's gonna play it right now. Yep, there we go. So that's another. I'll just leave this Flampanzer on the board, and I don't think Canada has anything to really offset that. He does have some SDKs, but I don't think that's gonna be enough.
One for
Well,
the
with the
fast Heinz.
Oh,
Pretty
yeah,
big
that's
buff early on.
Yeah.
right. Let's see that.
It's a lot of damage he's showing now. Hubble Bubble actually hasn't done any damage to Canada's HQ right now, which is a bit unfortunate for this aggro deck. But that's how the Germans usually work into Japan, is they can usually fight off the aggro units pretty early with their own.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's
but
a
now we're
great
just gonna
draw.
see.
Yeah,
So that's just gonna be so much of a difference now for Canada here. Just being able to buff all of those units there.
yeah, pretty huge front line for Canada right now. Hubble Bubble has not done nearly the amount of damage he needs to be a threat for the late game. It's looking like his hand, honestly, just kind of a crappy hand for an aggro deck. A lot of his late game finishers, like really early on, He's got the Blitzkrieg, the Air Blitz, the Hien, all from the get-go. That's hard to deal with when you're playing in aggro Japan.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have any answers to what Canada has at the moment. So Canada
think-
just slowly but surely it's over.
That's game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's over.
Explosive Blitzkrieg from Canada, killing him in a single turn. Poor Hubble just didn't have the tools to get rid of those units. He had no early game, it looked like.
No,
Maybe-
bad starting end as well.
Yeah, I don't think he drew his early game. I think that was the big thing.
No.
You know, he got no Akitas. Is he running Akitas? He got no 2-1 units. He got no Bicycle Boys, no Yokosuko that he's probably running Yokosuka.
Yeah, he has Akitas in his deck here, but he just didn't drew any of them. So that's just bad luck, if you ask me.
We're already into game 3, so.
All right,
Hubble-
looks like. Yeah, go ahead.
Hubble switching to the Commonwealth deck this time. And Canada, I believe that's a ramp deck?
Yeah.
Yes.
Canada is running a U.S. Britain deck, and Hubble Dub is running a Britain. What is he running? He's running a Britain.
Britain, Italy. It's his
Italy,
Commonwealth deck. Yeah. Honestly, not too familiar with the ramp versus Commonwealth matchup. I think Commonwealth has the advantage because ramp usually goes a little longer, so Commonwealth has a lot of time to, build up their HP and get prepped for, the Commonwealth.
Yeah, and I don't think Canada has any counters to like the excessive healing that Hubble's gonna be doing, especially with the honey and the naval powers and the fortresses that is gonna be dropping out soon.
Hubble getting his draw engine out really early with the Pioneers, the
Yeah.
Honey, and the Crusader. If Canada can't deal with that engine is gonna just supercharge Hubble all the way with the reduction in the orders. And he's got just enough hit points to get the 6/6 with the Fiat.
Wow, that's so much pressure. And
That really is.
And just knowing the effectiveness of that draw engine, right? And he's holding Convoy. He's even holding, a card to buff his HP gains. So already looking pretty difficult.
And what's looking especially unfortunate for Canada is he's probably packing a lot of aggro tech and probably going to get no value out of cards like Awoken Giant here. So those are probably just going to be dead cards in his hand. Hubble with 2 carpet bombs in his hand. That's really amazing when you're playing.
Yeah, when he's playing.
It's Britain in general, really.
Yeah, I mean, Canada does have 2 Avengers in his hand, which can give him some really good rolls if he's lucky with the deploy effect. But he has to be careful. He can't actually play Awoken Giant. Actually, that's quite fun.
Yeah,
Oh,
right when
Gets
I
another
say
honey in
something.
return.
Canada really unlucky though that plane is 4 HP, just out of range for that Avenger. Would have been a good tempo swing for him.
I think the best play for Canada right now would be to get that Pershing of his onto the front line and, stop Hubble from just smashing his face from the back line. There's no Commonwealth in Hubble's hand, but of course, that's still quite a few turns off.
I mean, that 111th Indian Regiment, that 1-3 Fury unit, that buffs the amount that you heal by 1 for each one that you heal. So doing that in relation to the honey, Canada would have, or Hubble would have a lot of HP real quick.
Yeah.
That is correct. Hubble not really packing packing a heal card at the moment. He did draw Commonwealth, which is scary. He does have draw cards in hand.
Yeah, for now, it's a matter for Hubble to just wait until turn 11, I suppose.
Yeah, I feel like Hubble is definitely hanging on to that, to most of that card draw until he can use it with a honey on the board. But now now we see Canada coming into his own with the ramp deck.
The honey getting a lot of value for him there. A lot of healing with that card draw.
Yeah, if he's gonna lose that, it's gonna be very painful. And just look at that, just healed another 3, and gaining 3 cards. It's just makes it
a surprising amount of heal in this ramp deck.
Yeah,
surpassing the Commonwealth deck with his hit points.
Yeah, and now it's just gonna be a question of what is Hubble gonna do about this, because he doesn't. I mean, he does have the Fiat, but it's on 2 HP. So any I don't think he has any of the strategic bombings in his in his deck, kinda. That would easily kill it with like 1 card, but he does have a second one. But not enough to trigger.
I think Hubble is looking to break that HP threshold to get a good Spirit of Rome on that Fury infantry he has in the front line. Canada not really packing, a non-RNG removal right now.
Well, he could take the Seaborn Invasion and push the 111th back to hand at least.
Yeah, he could. But it's looking a little rough with the high altitudes. The B-17s can't really target what he wants to destroy. His face is gonna get smacked even more by these planes. And the more that HP difference comes in, the scarier that Spirit of Rome is gonna be on that Fury unit.
Yeah, I think he might also be looking to just... Yeah, I think the reason why he's playing ramp there is he really wants to be able to push that Pershing into the front line in a single turn. And he can do that with 14 credits.
Yeah, now we're going to see that.
The big Fury unit coming out.
Ooh, that's a good combo there.
Can't quite hit with both attacks. Didn't quite have the credits, but still, that's a very large unit on the front line.
Oh, definitely.
Not really amazing trade for that Corsair. He really wants to hit that Fiat with the 2 hit points, but that guard there is going to stop it. We may see the high altitude bombing come out.
He could play the 2 Avengers and guarantee get... No, he can't, because he'll have his support line full.
He could play Seaborn now. That would bounce the Indian back.
Going for the risky high altitude. It looks like that was honestly the perfect outcome for that.
That worked. So
wow, the RNG really on Canada Bear's side.
Canada Bear channeling his inner blue blast there with the random destruction.
I mean, Hubble is not in like any immediate danger in my opinion. He has double the carpet, and that still has plenty of HP. And in 1 more turn, he's gonna be able to play his Commonwealth. So I think it's just a matter of delaying at this point. Unless
still needs to hit that HP threshold. I'm really surprised he's not going for heal cards here to really put himself in that Commonwealth range, but.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Because he had the draw there. He had the honeys. He
could have played.
I don't know.
He could have healed for at least 3 there. If he wanted to.
Yeah, I just thought he would go for it, but...
Bubble does have fortification in his deck, so... I don't think he has played any of those yet.
Yeah, I don't either.
No, he hasn't. There we go.
There we go.
Ah, he's so close. And now he's going for the draws.
The Honey Crusader plus the cards in his hand are definitely going to heal him quite a bit. Is he
gonna carpet first?
I really don't think he should go for the carpet. I really think he should go for the heal to try to close this game out. It's really close. That is perfect.
Oh yeah,
The
definitely.
naval power there.
Yeah, that's perfect. And then you can pin the enemy bomber as well. Get more healing, more draws,
Yeah.
another honey. That's also fine.
Just look at that.
It's going to be really difficult for Canada to do that damage.
Yeah,
Oh my.
Especially now. And a
And
Monty,
Monty.
just for good measure.
Just look at that. Yeah, I think we can call it now.
Canada's going to have to either heal an insane amount, which...
I don't see. Well, he has a Pershing.
Oh, he's got the Pershing.
Yeah,
he's got
that's
the
right.
Pershing. That's right.
Ah!
Like we said, the Pershing
Oh.
was going to be what saves him, if
I
anything.
completely forgot about the Pershing there. So what's gonna?
Ooh, that's really interesting.
What can he do against this? Human torpedo is not gonna be able to kill it because he's in the front line.
There you go.
That's correct.
Doesn't really have any options there. I mean, 2 armor, and he doesn't really have any units left to really do that damage to overcome it.
He doesn't.
Besides carpet.
What he's going to need now, I think, is a Spirit of Rome to maybe blitz one of his infantries into it, kill the Pershing, and then that'll open him up for a Commonwealth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good option there. He has.
I mean, at least he can keep the he can keep the Pershing pinned with the naval power there.
I think he's really looking for that Spirit of Rome.
Wow.
I wonder how many cards Hubble has left because he's been getting quite a lot of draw here.
We were all ready to just count Canada Bear out, and then he just pulls out that Pershing and just proves us all wrong.
Yeah.
Hubble only has the 2 Spirit of Romes in his deck, and he's played one, so there's only one more he can get.
Ooh, look at that Pershing now.
Ooh. Ow! That 1610 Pershing does not feel very good.
No. Can still be one hit by a big Spirit of Rome, which Hubble can definitely get right now. But it's really just a matter of, hey, I need to draw this Spirit of Rome or I lose. So
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, how many turns? What, 16? So he only needs to attack the HQ twice with the Pershing to bring him below the Commonwealth threshold.
yes. I think he wants to play these finest hours, if not for anything but the draw. The shelling is a really good pull.
Another Indian. Not what he really wants at the moment. Another war bonds to help negate that.
The Spirit of Rome, I think, is getting pretty inevitable at this point, however, because Hubble is down to just a few cards left in his deck. Excuse me. Canada not quite able to hit with that Pershing.
They're talking
This
I
one.
wonder what he has. Fortification.
Oh, there's the
There it
Spirit of
goes.
Rome, and
There it
that's
goes.
probably going to be what? Good lord.
Look at that. Look at that HP there. Look at
Ah!
the I think. Oh man. Now he has 2 options. Is he going to go for the Commonwealth or is he just going to let the horsey take it there?
I just want to point out that it would be great for Canada Bear to have the 3rd Avenger now, because that horse
Oh, yeah.
really has more than 5 HP.
You don't say.
I mean, he has to use Seaborn Invasion. That could probably stall for a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. He
Um,
could go for the 50-50 gamble by clearing the 2 unit. Wait, no, that honey is smokescreen. Yeah. Well, either way, I think this is game. I think Hubble just wins with Commonwealth next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Canada's only hope was that Pershing,
Yeah.
and
there you go.
he didn't have it, and there we go.
There goes the Commonwealth.
Hubble quite literally down to his last card. Yeah, no more cards in his deck.
Wow, that was actually a crazy match, and really unfortunate for Canada Bear there. He played that really well, almost pulled it back, but that Spirit of Rome giving us a 56 unit. Yikes.
Yeah, that was
You don't
big.
see those often.
But I feel like already we're seeing a lot of really entertaining matches.
Yeah, agreed. It's the first game, and it's already been quite wild between Hubble and Canada. So yeah, looking forward to the other games.
So Canada Bear is our first victim of the day. He's out in 9th place. Hubble Bub will continue and will be facing J King 7 in what I believe is the next match. Let's see if we can get Hubble Bub in here for a quick interview. Let me see. So what's your guys' takeaway there? The only deck using Italy coming through?
It seems like a pretty powerful deck utilizing the new honey to just, I don't know, that draw engine he got at the start. Yeah, that draw engine he got at the start, he kind of held it for the whole game. Canada couldn't really get rid of that Pioneer, so he snowballed pretty hard with those orders there. You saw how much health he had. He hit, what, almost 70 HQ HP?
Mm-hmm.
Got that massive Spirit of Rome out, and just, yeah.
Yeah, I think Spirit of Rome is one of those cards that, you know, some people, a lot of people, better say, kind of underestimate because they usually don't get it to the point where Hubble managed to get it. But if you can get it that way, I mean, you just blow out all of the competition. Essentially, it's just a crazy card to think about.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a quick 3-minute break while we get the next match set up. The next match is going to be between Hubble Bub and J King 7. We have some login and swapping of computers to do, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Tell your friends to tune in to the OCC. See you in a bit. And welcome back. We are about to head into the next match, which is between Hubble Bub and J King 7. What do you think about this matchup, guys?
Sorry, J
No, go ahead.
King looks like he's maybe bringing a little bit less aggressive decks than we saw from Canada. He's bringing a Soviet value deck, another ramp deck, seems to be pretty popular today, and then kind of a slower burn control-y German deck. It's got a few aggro units here and there, but overall it's looking pretty slow burn. As we know, Hubble is packing the pretty aggressive decks, and then that one Commonwealth deck. I think that Commonwealth deck is definitely going to get him a win in these matchups, just because J King is probably all of J King's decks are kind of slow.
Yeah,
but his more aggressive decks may struggle quite a bit.
I can see
Yeah,
that.
I agree. J King's decks are, I think, a little bit more tailored against the very aggressive decks that Hubble has. So I think J King has an advantage over that. But again, it's gonna be boiling down to that Commonwealth deck that he has. It's a really interesting deck that he has. So.
I think the matchup that Hubble is going to be looking for is he's gonna want to go up against J King's ramp deck with one of his aggro decks, and then have the Commonwealth deck maybe win one of the other matchups. But I think he really wants to meet his ramp with an aggro deck, because I think that's his best chance of taking it with his aggro decks.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. I mean, it's gonna be close either way, no matter how you put it. But yeah, you're completely right with that.
I'm finalizing all of the setup for the next match. So looking at the decks, knowing that, J King, he's been here before, right? This is his second Officers Club tournament. He's consistently in the top of the ladder. Hubblebub is coming in kind of as the new guy. Do you think that's going to play into this? Is there experience in terms of like in what order you pick your decks and so on that's going to play in J King's favor, or?
I think it might be a little too early for any of that experience, if there is any, to settle in. Because, we've only had the one tournament with these guys so far. But, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think experience is good, in the sense that you have like a whole lot of experience when it comes to knowing when to play cards, but having the cards that you need and want is also another thing. So I think you also need to include a little bit of randomness to it, and e- essentially it's gonna boil down to as well like who has the knowledge and who has the better cards in the hand. So you can have the best constructed deck out there, but if you don't have the right cards to complete your objective, which is to win, then you're gonna be struggling either way. So it's not per se just experience or having the best constructed deck. It's about having the right cards in your hand.
Definitely, and I think there's also some merit to be given to just being creative in the way you play, right? I think that Italy deck, for instance, from Hubble Bub, is very creative in the way that it uses, self healing, and it brings in so much self healing, um, and that spirit of Rome. And I think that's just something that people might not be as used to playing against, and that can cause issues for some.
Yeah, creativity, and especially in the tournament setting, can go a long way because, as we all know, tournaments are not ladder. Because on ladder, usually there's a lot of aggro decks you're facing, and it's a lot of your decks on ladder will be tuned to face aggro, and that's just how it is. But in the tournament setting, maybe not so many aggro decks running around, and you really need to be tuned for anything your opponent could throw at you and be prepped for any option.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the game between J King and Hubblebop has commenced, and it's Germany against Germany. So
Shocker there.
yeah, and both have Nashub, so that's gonna be interesting. Ooh, never mind.
Oh, that was
Hubble's,
just value from the deep.
yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
J King, nothing to drop on turn 3. That is quite unusual for Germany. Hubble gonna take that momentum and just keep going with it. Bit of a slow start by J King here. He got that Nasha, but otherwise. Looks like he's gonna go for the hipper there. That'll buy him some time.
Yeah, and just look at Hubble's hand here. He does have a lot of options, but he doesn't really have many of the units that he might want. He can't pick for the Hellcat. What option is he gonna take here? He's gonna go for the Hellcat here. That's it's gonna be useful against the Panzer 3H there.
Admiral Hipper coming out on the Panzer. Sending it back, denying Hubble a credit and a card draw. However, Hubble can still just nab this front line. He has another supply shipment, keeping that face pressure up. J King on his back foot here. Not really any removal for that other than that one Admiral Hipper. Other than that, looks like he's packing a lot of chip damage, kind of, tuned more towards an aggro deck, like a Japanese aggro deck, where it's a lot of 1 to 2 hit point units.
Yeah,
Not
and he's
quite. Go
What?
ahead.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
No, it's not quite suited for these big HP buffs that Hubble is getting from supply shipment. Blitzkrieg coming out, gonna do quite a bit of damage. Not quite enough to end the game. 1 hit point short, but as we know, Hubble has two
Two joint ops.
two joint operations in hand. So Hubble's already won, pretty much.
Yeah, there's very little that J King can do against that right now. Clears the board, takes the front line, but it's not
gonna be enough.
That's game right there.
He doesn't know yet.
I feel like he should have played as Wolf on turn 6 instead of. I think that might have been a slightly better alternative there, but whoever, doesn't really matter, I suppose.
Yeah, he was gonna take that big face hit, and well, there it is, joint ops. pretty powerful card all around. You see it in almost every German deck. Just hit face with it in that game.
Yeah. Joint operation is one of my favorite removals in the game. I feel like it's so flexible, and you can play around with it so much, right? Just the fact that you can kind of play a unit type increases the damage, and I don't know, it's rewarding to play.
I also think that win was very much a boon for Hubble. Well, I mean, he won, but he still has the Commonwealth deck on the board, which I think is really strong into any matchup he could be against on J King. So I think if he takes that next, he might just take the set.
What I'm wondering is, when are we gonna see these guys stop bringing Germany as their first deck? Right? It's like everybody does that seemingly every game.
I think you need to ask your coworkers about that.
No, but I mean, there's an answer to it, right? Like, you can have a pretty good answer, or are you just always avoiding, that RNG moment where you don't draw exactly the cards that you need to not die on turn 4 against an aggro German deck?
I think Germany just has both the offense and the counter, like all in the same cards. Things like Flampanzer defending you from these early units, and then Nebelwerfer for doing the same, and then cards like Nashub and the Blitz tanks just giving you that strong offense. They just kind of clash into each other, and Germany's just really, really strong in the early game.
Yeah, but then Germany still has their late game strong units like a Tiger 1 and stuff. But as Scout says, it's really strong in the early game, and it slowly but surely starts to dissipate a little bit, especially when you consider that. Well, actually, I forgot what I was about to say. No, but as the well-roundedness of Germany is there, and I see that Ollie has his helmet on. So, but what I'm trying to say is that Germany has their early game potential and can follow through in the middle, and that's what a lot of players are looking for, is just being able to quickly get that early game going and finish it before the enemy has the opportunity to kind of go say, hey, I'm gonna turn this around. So that's
right. Quickly is the key there too. I'm sure we've all noticed that these games that have Germany, they just end very quickly. Germany really just, it throws its stuff out and just closes it out right there, right away, with things like Blitzkrieg, and just stomps out any early game with their cards like Flampa. They're just so dominant in the early game, and it leads to a very quick victory for Germany.
Yeah. One question for Scout. I'm just looking here at the deck that J King was playing here. I'm just wondering, do you think he would have had a better opportunity if he had more of his Japanese units on the board there from the start? Because he didn't really have those.
Yeah. I mean, if he got like the Sendai and the Takasagi, perhaps. He only has the 3/15th cav as far as like an aggro unit is, and maybe a bit unlucky that he didn't get any of his 4 drops. But again, it's only the 4 cards total in the deck that he could have pulled. So
Yeah.
Yeah, we're having some issues getting the players into the game. They're just figuring it out, so you guys can keep talking, and I can just keep wearing this helmet.
You're in love with that helmet, aren't you, Ollie?
I love this helmet. So we have 3 helmets. We have 1 U.S. helmet, we have 1 German helmet, and I think we have a British helmet. We're looking for helmets from the other countries. So if you know where to get those helmets and you want to send them to us, then by all means. Hey, and we're in. All right.
Huzzah!
And we see the beautiful Soviet battlefield. We're going into game number 2 between J King and Hubble Bub. Hubble Bub currently leading 1-0.
I was surprised to not see Hubble taking his Commonwealth deck. But then again, Hubble doesn't really, he doesn't see the deck list like we do. So
Yeah.
I don't think he knows that his Commonwealth has a really favorable matchup here. But J King switching to the Soviets, getting the heal guy pretty early. That may be the card that saves him against early Japanese aggro. But Hubble also getting first signal regiment into a 35T, so that's a lot of pressure right from the get-go.
Yeah, he has some. He's already doing quite a lot of damage. Returned to already 5 HP down on J King's HQ there.
And of course, he'll get that HP right back
Yeah.
with this trade here.
Mhm.
And
And he
then,
has
of course,
two. Yeah, he has a 2. We can do it. He can if he can just make sure that those units are gonna be there.
J King has quite a bit of healing. We have to see if Hubble's burn can actually keep up here. J King with the 15th motor rifles, even more defense. This is a man that plays against a lot of aggro on ladder. This man is prepared.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we saw no Soviet major power decks in the last tournament, right?
Oh, dude, there was like 100 token decks. What do you mean?
Were they?
Yeah, tokens were all over the place.
Never mind me.
I'm just messing with y'all.
Okay. Let me rephrase this. We didn't see any Soviet mid-range or Soviet value decks last time.
I think there was one.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
just
take it.
one.
I'll take it. I was almost correct.
Little victories. But yeah, definitely a lot more Soviet value this time around.
Yeah.
And I don't think there were any token decks, actually. So, yeah, kind of the opposite this time around. A very strong defense by J King here. Hubble getting a little light on cards. J King getting into the late game with quite a bit of hit points still.
Yeah,
No,
that's the thing with value, really. It's just, Hubble can throw as many units as he wants. I mean, he can always either start adding more guards, healing them up. It's Hubble's gonna be struggling this game, I think.
J King sitting very comfortably at 22 hit points. Probably gonna trade that Ishak into the Hien there. Pulling even more heal units. Still has we can
Draw.
do it for even more healing. The engineers there keeping him in the game versus this aggro deck. I think that was a really good one drop from him. Hubble not really having an answer for it. So he's gonna continue to get all that healing from it.
Yeah, that first rifles. I'm not sure if he should be able to play. I'm not sure if he should be playing it right now. I think it's a little bit. Although
He doesn't
he's
really have
thinking
too
about
many
it.
other options. It puts a nice big body on the board. Lets J King maybe trade into some smaller units. So the thing with the first rifles versus the Soviet engineers is that first rifles, if you're trading units, it only does 1 damage. The engineers heal for 2 damage. So if both of these units are on the board and you're just smashing units into each other, eventually the Soviets are going to come out on top just because they're going to be healing just a little bit more than you're doing damage. Double Hien from Hubble. Pretty expensive for him to play this early on. I don't know. I think this is looking real rough for Hubble. I'm not sure how he's gonna break that healing that J King is getting.
Yeah, if you think about it, King has the perfect solutions really for all of Hubble's cards. Really, he has a lot of removal. He has a lot of like cheap cards like a Shaika that have a double effect where you can get another Ishak. It's gonna be difficult for Hubble to get a solution out of this.
Yeah, the way you beat aggro in these matchups, especially, is just trade and heal, and that's all there is to it, and that's what he's doing. He's got that Soviet endurance.
That was really nice rolling the Cuban Cossacks there as well.
Yeah, that was a good Euro transfers pull. Hubble
Yeah.
going for the face still.
Now we're seeing Hubble actually does have some cheap units in his deck, even though he didn't get them last series.
Another critical hit here from J King.
It's looking like just a pretty. Oops, sorry, I slapped my mic. It's looking like a pretty standard, just Japan, Germany burn deck. He's got the air blitzes, just the death effects on all the units. He's got the Hayabusas, the Mitos, the Akitas, all that nonsense. Yeah, I'm looking at his deck list. I really don't think he has a tool to break this defense. He has 2 amphibious assaults, but I think it might just be too late for those. I think J King has already healed way too much, and yeah, he's not dealing with that Hien, however. So Hubble's still gonna get quite a few big hits in. Oh, but he wants to take that front line for the card draw.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only thing he can do really. If he doesn't, then
I mean, I guess the good news for him there is that with the recon there in the front line, he continues to draw throughout his next turn, likely.
Yeah. Hubble quite low on cards though. J King with a lot of answers, still just healing. So much value from the engineers here.
So he would be at around 10 HP if the engineers had not been healing him, right?
yeah, give or take. The destruction effects from the Japanese cards there, and he just keeps healing up. You can see right now he just lost 3, healed 2. So
Is Hubble running any Empire of the Sun or?
No,
I don't think so.
no. His largest card is the Hiens, the Shiden, and the Taipei regiments. And even then, he doesn't have too many copies of those.
Notice how he is actually healing J King there with that bombing rate. He healed 3 from that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be super difficult for Hubble to get a foothold in this game again. I mean,
I don't think it's possible. I'm looking at his deck list. I honestly, truly do not see any way for him to come back here. I think it's far too late. The engineers have gotten too much value, and there's just no way for him to get that damage out now.
Yeah, and King has so many options right now.
We've already seen 2 of Hiens come out. He only has those 2 Hiens in his deck. The only other blitz plane he has is the single Shiden. You can see in his hand right now, he's got nothing. He's got buff card. Like, I really think it's over.
I mean, just look at what J King has. I mean, he has 2 Avengers. He has a B-17 Flying Fortress, a Joseph Stalin, first cards,
and killing the signal there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is over.
I feel like, you know, maybe the only thing that had any chance of saving Hubble there would be if this was the feigned retreat type of deck, right?
Yeah, maybe. And if he could have killed that engineer like way early on, but the engineer just completely carried J King all the way through that match.
Yeah. And there we go. Surrender coming in from Hubble Bub. Making me realize that I totally forgot to tell these guys today that we shouldn't surrender. We should just play the games out. But that's fine. I think your analysis was good enough to break it down as to why and how he could not win that game. So that ties up the series. J King won, Hubble Bub won. Final match coming up. What are you guys thinking we're gonna see?
I'm
Go
thinking if Hubble wants any chance of taking this, he's gonna need to pull out the Commonwealth. But
Yeah.
Well, Hubble has already selected his deck. I'm going to give them the green light. Yep. Green light. They should be connecting soon.
yeah, Hubble has had the chance to see two of J King's slower decks. J King going back to Germany, and Hubble with his Commonwealth deck. And I immediately, of course, I think Hubble has the advantage here.
Already has one Spirit of the Room in his hand, which is gonna be good.
J King with Empire of the Sun in his starting hand. You never want to see that.
Yeah.
It's a dead card for quite a while.
A good pull, getting that errado.
Yeah. Joint Top is never a bad card in my opinion.
It's decent.
But now, look at the healing engine that's going to be coming in from Hubble now.
Well, J King's probably going to immediately kill that honey.
Kill that, yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't want that to happen, I think. If
Honey's a nice card. Honey's a nice card, but it's only got 2 hit points.
Hubble has a carpet in his hand now.
Could be quite nice later on. J King not really running too many small units, however. A lot of Fok Wolves, the Takasagis.
Oh. Sorry. I'm like a little bit sick and alone in the office, but I'm so happy and I get to do this. So apologies for any coughing or voice breaking that might happen.
If Hubble drops this, he's gonna need to drop that naval power so he meets that HP threshold for these Italian planes. For those who don't know, a lot of the Italian planes, they're pretty useless if you don't have more hit points than your opponent. So obviously they fit really nice in a big Healy British deck, but if you ever fall behind, the Italian planes really start to suffer, and they kind of lose all their momentum. So
yeah, they become dead draws in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, and King is gonna have to be careful not to let Hubble get too far ahead with his hit points there. He already has his Commonwealth. Still gonna be far out for him to actually deploy that, but he has a Commonwealth. He has a Spirit of the Rome, so he doesn't really have any honeys left in his hand or field, so his out of hand healing is gonna be non-existent for the coming turn or two maybe.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna want to get some heal cards, and what's really dangerous for Hubble right now is that Takasagi is on the board and he has Commonwealth in hand. So there is a chance that his Commonwealth just gets discarded.
Nope.
Okay. But that's also not good though. Spirit of the Room.
Yeah, but probably better than losing Commonwealth. He has another Spirit of Rome. The Focke-Wulf's probably going to start coming out from J King. A pretty big plane that might be difficult for Hubble to deal with.
Oh yeah, for sure. Does have shelling.
Yeah, the shelling's quite good. You could shelling and maybe hit face with the plane there. Yeah.
Is
kind of
Jaking
build up.
running
that.
any healing?
It is Germany, so no,
Oh.
there's no healing whatsoever gonna be coming from J King. That is the big downside of Germany, is that they cannot heal pretty much. However, J King dropping the Japanese infantry that prevents Hubble from healing.
Yeah.
But
Interesting
that
card there. Oh yeah, well, it's gonna get carpet bombed, but still quite interesting to see that card come out.
Yeah. Almost as if he knew.
I wonder if he's running more of them.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Is he gonna pick the Leopold?
I think you would want that for sure.
Yeah.
And then trade into the plane. Hubble is still in range for the Fiat. Yeah, he pulled it right as I was thinking of it. He's got the 6 hit point advantage where he can drop that Fiat and get a 6/6 from it.
Yeah.
And he has a fortification in case he doesn't meet that anymore, so naval power and oil stirs.
Now he may want to save that naval power. I was thinking maybe he would save it if he drew a Crusader, but probably wants to get close to that Commonwealth range. The Fiat going to be able to trade into that
Double comment.
Focke-Wulf.
Yeah, that's gonna be good past turn 12.
I think double comment could be really interesting for J King
I
here.
think he has to take it because he's on camera.
Yeah, the other options aren't as.
There we
appealing.
go. I maybe don't think it was the greatest choice there, but gotta do it for the people.
Gotta do it for the memes.
I think the main reason why I like it is that it allows him to keep the HQ down, right? It can help him stifle a lot of healing and kind of prevent Hubble from reaching that Commonwealth threshold.
Now, I'll be honest here. Hubble is really close to a Commonwealth. He's got the Pioneers.
Yep.
So not next turn, but the turn after he can trigger it. Maybe he's not going to go for it. Maybe he's just going to go for the straight kill with the Fiat. But I really did think...
I mean, he has multiple ways to win the game, which I think is always important, right?
Yeah.
And now, I mean, J King could just choose to trade one of those comets if he wanted to. Just get rid of that plane.
Yeah. Looks like that might be exactly what he does. Okay. And Hubble, of course, still has that Commonwealth in his hand with the heal card. And J King, not really any immediate way to...
Really, really well played by J King there. Having the presence of mind of not just taking the easy way out and just attacking with the plane, but choosing instead to going around. But man, Hubble is up to 40 HP. He needs to do so much damage. J King.
I think Hubble there should have... Ooh, never mind. I'm stupid. I was about to say he should have moved the front line, the Pioneers to the front line, but no, because if the Pioneers died, he wouldn't be able to Commonwealth.
Okay, so J King can do 9 damage.
Ooh, Leopold will stop Commonwealth next turn if he decides to drop it.
Yep. Because of the Pioneer?
Yes. Okay, that buys J King another turn.
That draws a honey now.
However, there's nothing to stop Commonwealth next turn because he doesn't need Pioneers then.
He can do 15 damage. He can do 15 damage to J King.
But he's gonna have to get through the Ulsters.
Yeah, he needs 18 damage.
This is looking pretty rough for J King here. if he drops that Focke-Wulf, I think it's game.
Yeah.
That's game.
Unfortunate. He does the damage, but it's not enough to bring him underneath the threshold for Commonwealth. And the Commonwealth deck really coming in strong. You see the reaction from J King there as soon as that Commonwealth comes out. Really nothing that he could do there.
And again, I really don't think there's any surprises. I really think that Commonwealth deck was just super good into whatever J King could bring.
Yeah. And Hubblebub, really coming into his own here.
Yeah, the newcomer, kind of just blowing through the competition.
Showing that he is not to be messed with. And apparently I can't align stuff on brackets, but there we see the bracket. People are asking for it in chat. Hubblebub is the first person to advance, and he's now the first person in this tournament to advance twice because he also had to beat out Canada Bear to get into this bracket. Next matchup is going to be between Rain Zone 77 and Shadow TP, another newcomer into the tournament facing a veteran. What do you guys think we're going to see there?
Hopefully something along the line of what Hubblebub has been doing. Just one of the new guys coming in and just saying, "Hey, I may be new, but hey, I'm gonna make it difficult for you anyway." So that's something I would like to see. But again, Rain Zone is also a really good player, so
yeah,
can't really say it.
Coming from Shadow TP, some pretty similar decks to what we've seen. We've got a ramp deck. We've got the the German US frontline blitz deck, and then a Soviet value deck. And then Rain Zone this time around, bringing a tokens deck. Okay, I think that's the only tokens deck here today. Another German US frontline deck. Those are kind of surprised to see so many of those this tournament. I didn't realize those were that popular. And then Japanese German aggro deck, or a Feigned Retreat deck, actually, with the only order in the deck being Feigned Retreat and running a Rado to guarantee that pull. So pretty aggressive decks from Rain Zone all around, I'd say, and a lot more control-y decks from Shadow TP. It's going to be matchups where can Shadow fight off that aggro, and can Rain Zone just break that control?
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to go into a 3-minute break while we get the players connected and set up for the next match. So we'll see you all in just a few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the Officer Club Championship, where the top 8 players from last season's ladder duke it out for their chance to earn a part of the $1,000 prize pool. If you are a fan of tournaments and you want to play in one yourself, but you were not in the top 8 last month or aren't going to be this month, we're currently registering for the first ever KARDS Open, a $1,000 prize pool tournament open to every KARDS player. Check out the blog on Steam for more information. Sign-ups are through Battlefy, and we're running this in partnership with 983 Media. Open to everyone, and we really hope to see as many people there as possible. Alright guys, we're about to head into the next match between Rain Zone and Shadow TP. Both players are ready. Giving them the green light now. You talked a little bit about the decks before we went into the break. What are gonna be the decks that we see in this first match?
Well, really, it's probably just going to be aggro versus control. Rain Zone playing mostly aggressive decks, and Shadow playing mostly control-y decks. So Shadow playing his Soviet value deck here up against Rain Zone's frontline German US deck. I'm not quite sure how this matchup's gonna go. Shadow's gonna need a pretty strong early game if he's gonna want to stop whatever nonsense Rain Zone throws at him. Getting the heal card early on, that could definitely go a long way.
Yeah, both that's good. He also has the Zukov in hand there, so he's going to be able to get out a pretty good unit on turn 2 if he chooses to.
Shadow drawing the rifles there already.
He could use the parade, but opting to go for...
Ooh, getting the heal card.
Wow.
That's a really good drop.
We might see a repeat of the last game where engineers just kind of go all the way. It's going to heal Shadow for 5. Goodness. Ooh, the Adler. A pretty powerful play right there. Just removing that operation cost completely, giving Rain Zone a lot of momentum. Of course, Shadow can just drop the guard and be pretty safe for a little while. We know Rain Zone has the Blitzkrieg in hand, so if he manages to completely fill that front line...
There's the Fast Heinz as well, plus Blitzkrieg.
He's got the bounce cards too. Yeah, I think a Fast Heinz here would be insane. Oh, no, just going for that. All right. Next turn. He might just win next turn, honestly, because he can move the Adler up, Fast Heinz and Blitzkrieg, and just absolutely just blow. Ooh, wow. If Shadow drops the guard again, I think Rain Zone might honestly just win on turn 5.
I mean, he has no other play, right?
No, I don't see any.
Hey, wow. I wonder if Rain Zone sees the same play.
Another Panzer 35. Doesn't even need to move his Adler up now, I think.
No, he can play...
Needs it for the credits.
Yeah,
he needs the credits.
Yeah, he can't play the Panzer. He needs to, Fast Heinz, Blitzkrieg, and then he should have lethal there, right?
I think so. I'm being a little lazy and not quite doing the math in my head. But...
No, it's going to be an additional 5 damage per unit.
That is brutal.
Definitely lethal. No, attack with a 6. Not that it matters, but,
Well, he needs to keep the Adler alive. Triggered. Wow, that was insane.
Yeah, that was really strong there for Rain Zone there. Just crushed first time around, jeez.
And that's why Germany is popular, because they get one turn on the front line and they just explode. Blitzkrieg is a very, very powerful card.
Yeah. I mean, he was also lucky with the Adler, the Fast Heinz. I mean, lucky. He had a good top deck. So, just being able to dish out those units real quick from the start is just incredible. It's just makes it almost for an impossible impossible counter to do, especially with the cards that Shadow had in his hand there. Didn't really have a lot of great options to counter any of those cards. I mean, he had a banner, he got a Workers Unite, a War Bonds. It's not really cards that you can deploy and really get rid of that threat that's already on the front line. So
He was still playing healing though. He played the heal unit, and the engineers. He healed for 5, but just he needed a way to just completely, wipe out all those tanks on the front line, and I don't
Which
think
it
his deck even had an option for that.
Yeah, we're loading into the next game of the series, and for the people that watching, this means that Rain Zone is not able to bring that Germany deck again. So he's not going to be able to play main nation Germany for the rest of this matchup.
here comes Japanese Germany.
Oh, I think Rain Zone is also at a huge advantage here.
Although
because
I like Shadow's hand.
Rain Zone is going first with Japanese Burn against Germany, which has no healing at all. So I think Rain Zone is definitely in a better position here.
So I think the good thing for Shadow here is that he does have those 109th engineers ready.
I mean, Shadow doesn't really have a bad hand. I think if you can find a way to alleviate the pressure for a turn, then it should be pretty good.
And
Yeah, that's
just what he did there, playing the Panzer 35T, means that it's going to be pretty rough for Shadow to play out the 109th next turn.
okay. Shadow looking like he has some chance to maybe claim that front line again. Rain Zone pulling the Verbal Wind, however. He either has the Flampons or the Verbal Wind option, I think. Going for the Mido Regiment. I think that's interesting.
Yeah, not a card I would have dropped there, turn 3 there.
Yeah, I think he gave Shadow just a window to take the front line.
Oh yeah, for sure. And
so what do you do here if you're Shadow? Do you trade the 1-2 into the unit, play the 109th, and get a 3-2 in the front line to challenge that Mido?
Yeah, I think you. Well, no, I think what you should do is trade the Panzer into that, and then have a 2-3 in the front line, so it actually has the hit points to take a hit from the Mido, and just really get a secure foothold on that front line.
Looks like Shadow is pondering just giving him the front line. Wonder if he's thinking about that now.
Shadow really needs the front line, though. That's his whole deck revolves around getting front line.
Yeah.
And because now Rain Zone's just gonna Flam Panzer and get the front line right back. Or, well, I guess that's a good play as well, but honestly, just kind of surprised that neither one of them are going harder on the front line.
Looks like Shadow is going to get at least 2 units in the front line now. If he chooses to. Is there a reason?
Maybe.
Is there a reason why you would not play the Panzer 35T there, just to keep it out of being traded by the Flampanzer, maybe?
Yeah, that's.
yeah, but he does want to keep pressure on the front line. If he only has 1 unit, let's say.
Yeah.
Smart of him to trade into the Mido there. Rain Zone getting the first Signal Regiment.
That is a good card. And the Whirlwinds.
Yeah, just trading away. If this trade continues, however, I think Rain Zone is going to come out on top just because his units kill HQ when they die and Shadows do not.
Yeah, Shadow doesn't really have any healing. So that's going to be... the long game is going to be for Rain Zone here. So it's imperative for Shadow to kind of do something right now before it gets out of control.
Is Rain Zone, is he running air blitzes and direct damage in his deck?
Let me check.
Most
here real quick.
likely. Wait, no. This is his Feigned Retreat deck. So the only order in his deck is, Feigned Retreat.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that means he has reach for his damage just in the death effects, right?
Yeah.
It's becoming increasingly difficult for Shadow here to find a solution to this problem here that is low HP and the signal.
It's getting really dangerous for Shadow. He's only got 6 hit points left. That's 3 death effects. Or actually 2 death effects with the Signal Regiment. Oh my.
Bicycle Regiment. Killing the Whirlwind here.
Shadow really needs to get more units in the front line and pull one of his Blitzkriegs or some way to burst through that defense. A Comet
Or hit.
and won't really help.
Comet's not going to do anything here for him.
No, he needs to find a way to kill that signal.
He can't even get his joint operation up to 4 without playing the Comet. Would need 8 credits for that.
There's a chance Shadow wins if Rain Zone gets some really poor draws, but
Yeah, if Rain Zone starts pulling like all his Type 93s, for instance, like in a row, he can't do anything with them, then there's a chance for Shadow.
I think if Rain Zone top decks a Mito Regiment, he just wins.
Yeah.
Because the death effect with the signal is going to do 3 damage, and then he just throws the Type 93 into something, and, well, there you go. He's got 3 hit points left.
Yeah. The Taipei Regiment as well. There's the Arado.
The
It's gonna
Arado,
guarantee
Feigned
the Feigned
Retreat.
Retreat. And that's going to make it real difficult for Shadow. He's going to have to end the game pretty much this turn.
And I don't think it's gonna. Ooh.
Wait, he had 5. No, he couldn't attack with everybody.
No, he didn't have enough points for that, but there comes the
And-
Mito.
Oh,
and
the
another.
double Mito.
Yep.
Yeah. And the Yokosuka.
Feigned
And
Retreat
there it is.
coming in big.
GG.
And that's 2-0 for Rain Zone.
Rain's on
Taking a sip of the old beer.
Celebrating. Wow.
Yeah, pretty powerful aggro decks coming from Rain Zone. Feigned Retreat deck, I think it's actually quite good. If
Yeah.
you run it with the Arados specifically, because it really guarantees that Feigned Retreat draw when you need it, and it's extremely consistent. But the catch is, you don't run any other orders. But with Japan, doesn't really matter that much because you got all those deploy and death effects with Japan, Germany, which basically are, they function as orders more or less.
Yeah. And with that, we can take a look at the bracket. Hubble Bub being the first one to progress between him and J King, and then Rain Zone 7-7 beating out Shadow TP to progress. That means the first quarterfinal that we can confirm here is going to be between Hubble Bub and Rain Zone 7-7. Next matchup is going to be between Merlini X and Ari Big Ben. So that's going to be a pretty interesting one. Ari Big Ben, the winner of our last tournament. Merlini X, I believe, made it to the quarterfinals in that one.
Yeah. Ari bringing his own Commonwealth deck with Japan ally instead of Italy. He's also playing a... Oh, is Ari also playing a Feigned Retreat deck? Oh my, we have 2 Feigned Retreat decks. Okay.
Yeah.
It looks pretty identical to what Rain Zone was running. almost exactly the same. And then he's running, German USA from Ari. So
Whoop. That's my bad. I shut off my screen share. Sorry, guys.
Oh no, disaster. Yeah, nothing really spectacular. I think it's just your standard, standard. They're the kind of decks that you would be seeing from Ari. That's what I'm trying to say here.
Merlinix bringing a ramp deck, a German US deck. Wow, those are really, really common. And then a
Soviet value.
Yep, Soviet value.
There we
All
go.
right.
Soviet value with some interesting ally cards, in my opinion.
Yeah, the UK ally there.
Looking forward to those games.
So my guess is that we're probably gonna get another German Ditto
Yeah,
to open it
I
up.
think so.
These German USA decks pretty popular.
Yeah, that's the third deck we've already been seeing that runs German USA. Shadow also ran one, so
Yeah, both Ari and Merlinix are running it as well.
yeah. So it could also be possible we're gonna see like a German USA Ditto first round, because typical German first time play.
Yeah. Well, let's go and take a quick break while we get the players set up for the next match. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Tell your friends. Bring more people into the chat. We're at 123 combined viewers now, and let's get to 200. I think we can do it before the finals. See you in 3 minutes. right, and we are back. Running into some slight technical problems, getting the players connected to the computers. So for those that are interested, we are using an application that's called Parsec, parsecgaming.com. We use that so that the players are effectively remote connecting into computers that are in the office here, the 1939 Games offices, and this means that we can get their signal, their point of views, and really show you all the action. But if we end up having some issues with this, we're going to have to figure out an alternative way to do things on the fly. There have been some issues with this recently, but we'll hope that this gets sorted as soon as possible. I'm going to be figuring this out a little bit, so you guys are going to have to talk between yourselves a little bit, okay?
Alrighty.
It's a good thing you guys are entertaining, so.
Okay, so Ari here, definitely no slouch, right? No, yeah, we've seen him pretty dominant on the ladder for quite a while now. I'd say probably getting close to darkness in, the amount of times that he's just been at the top of the ladder.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think, to be honest, Scout, I think all of the contestants here have been no slouches. To be honest, they're all very strong players.
Oh, that's definitely, absolutely. But I feel like I've just seen Ari's name just a little bit more than everybody else, except for maybe Darkness. But
I think Merlini is. I know Merlini from a lot of other card games, and he's always on top of his game with all of those guard games. So
really,
yeah,
I was not aware of Merlinix's background.
Yeah,
so.
he's a really good player. He's been playing. I know him from a tiny card game called Infinity Wars, which was at the time really revolutionary in its design, and I still like it the way the card game plays. But unfortunately, that game is it's like no more players, and so Merlini was back then also really good. So it's no surprise, and I've seen him in other games as well. So Merlini is pretty good. Maybe not as good as. Well, I'm not gonna say that, but they're both. No, maybe not as good as me as I was gonna say. I was gonna be but no. But no, Merlini and all of the guys in the OC tournament are really good players.
Yeah,
and...
I think that shows that in order to get up to these ranks, in order to be one of these top players, you can't just go around net decking. You really have to truly understand why these things work and why these things function, and really come to these conclusions on your own. I don't think these are people that go online and be like a guide, oh, how do I play aggro or whatever, right? No, these are the guys that innovate. These are the guys that define the meta, and these are the people that inspire those guides to be written. So,
although you're no slouch in that either, Scout, you really make some really funny decks at some points. Come on, don't deny that. Come on.
Yeah, unfortunately, what I do, however, probably not going to end up in a tournament.
But you do make some of the most entertaining decks out there.
Hey, if there's ever a combo contest, then
you're on. You're winning. But yeah. But you're completely right. What you were saying really is that all of these, the understanding of each mechanic, and even the subtle extras that you might get out of them, just trying to find the right combinations for all of these cards is something I can't do. It's really respectable to see these kind of people to be able to do that, and that's the reason why they're on the top of their league. Just being able to come up with solutions on the fly sometimes.
This is definitely a skill that just kind of translates between any card game, and a lot of these top players, even back in the World Championship, a lot of them just come from so many other card games. And, it's just a skill of really just identifying and having that deep understanding of why, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay. So there seems to be some issues with Parsec application at the moment. Let me see. Ding. Connected. Okay. 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 Well, I guess we have to do some live troubleshooting. I'm going to go real quick back to the hold screen while we try and figure this out. And we'll be right back with more filler material brought to you by Scout and Right Deck in about 3 minutes.
I'll crack out the best jokes.
Yeah, and we are back. I am still trying to fix the problem, so I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Well, I mean, might as well throw
Crack
in a
out the
plug
jokes.
while we're here, right?
Or a plug. That's also good.
Yeah.
B plug.
Where, where can these fine people in the chat find you, Rydek? Where would they
Oh.
have to go to find you, huh?
Well, first I have to find the pot of gold. Uh,
Well,
no, but no. They can find me on twitch.tv/slash Rydek, and for you, that is.
that is good old twitch.tv/Scout Shout.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Scout Shout.
Yeah, so cool, so cool.
Actually, Scout, let's talk about the histories of our names while we're waiting for the games to be completing here, or starting their set. So, how do you come up with your name, Scout Shout?
Well, it started with Scout, and that comes from back when I played World of Tanks, actually. Sure, a lot of people that play cards, a lot of them coming from the War Thunder, maybe World of Tanks side, because a lot of overlap in that
Okay.
audience, a lot of World War II fans. And back in the World of Tanks days, dude, I played World of Tanks for like 8 years. So, and I got the name Scout because I was a Scout player in that game.
Oh.
And Scout's not like a super original name or whatever, but I was actually top 7 Scout player in North America for World of Tanks. So the name just kind of stuck, yeah. And then I
see.
added the shout to my Scout when I
Because you were shouting all the time.
yeah when I started streaming, because I had a name, because my name used to be Scout Card, but I was like
Oh.
yeah, I dropped the card and put the shout because I wanted to get like a little more identity for myself, and I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
I'm Shout, I shout, that rhymes with Scout, and there we go. It's just, there it is. What about your name, Rydek?
Well, I used to be, it's a long history, but I used to call myself Ryder on almost everything. But then again, the internet got bigger and bigger and bigger, and then finding your name in the as an option is becoming more and difficult. And then I accidentally typoed a K, a double K instead of an R, and it stuck. That's the history.
Oh,
For some reason, it's apparently something related to Poland. So a lot of Polish people are like, "Hey, you're from Poland," and I'm like, "What? Polski? No, no." But yeah, that's how my name came to be, and it's pretty unique. Again, it's not some generic name that or diamond.
yeah,
dot
like
name.
Scout.
You mean your name's Scout Shout, really, on Twitch? So.
Well, that's not what it says down there.
Ollie, fix that. Come on.
Nah, dude, nah.
Well,
What about you, Ollie?
You want the story of my name?
Yeah, go for it.
Story time.
I mean, it's not that complex. My real name is Ólafur Hrafn Steinarsson, and Ólafur is shortened down to Ole or Ollie, and Hrafn is another name for Krummi. So it's just my first and second name, but just my nicknames. I guess the only interesting thing about this is that this nickname came to be when I was like 13, I think. And everyone else had like a cool nickname, but I was just always called Ollie, and I was really like disappointed. I was like, man, I need to rebrand. I need a really good nickname. So one day I just came to school and I was like, I am henceforth now known as Ole Krummi, right? And it's just stuck with me ever since. And I think I'm more known by this name than probably my real name, even in Iceland.
I think from people outside of Iceland, your name might terrify the children, but besides that,
Yeah.
donating to streamers or like subscribing, and they're like, Ole me, thank you. Well, yeah, thank you so much. It's like every single time. Unfortunately, so we're heading into this game now, but we'll only have Merlini's point of view for the first game, and then we're going to try again to get Ari in there. But here we go. Game number 1 between Ari, Big Ben, and Merlini X.
Look at that.
Very interesting profile pic by Ari there.
I agree. So looks like we've got Merlini playing his Soviet value here against German USA here.
Yeah. Ari, probably, looking for some aggro units. Gonna smack face, get control of that front line. Merlini gonna be at on the defensive right at the very start.
I'm starting to see a lot more of that infantry unit that gives +2 attack to ground units next to it.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, it's
Although I do have to say, I'm not sure if I agreed with the hammer there. I think he had a better option there.
What would you have done?
I would have sickled and then just went with the I-15 there,
Yeah.
saving the hammer for something a bit bigger, or something a bit more important than just a, 2-2 tank on the front line.
I think he wanted to keep the Chaika body up for this early in the game, so maybe he could like trade it into some 1K units or something.
I mean, I think it worked out pretty well for him overall. He was able to get that Nebelwerfer off the field next turn anyway, without, having to sacrifice anything or take a hit from it. So, I think
Zukov here from Merlini.
It's a really good drop deck for him.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Merlini with a pretty decent defense right now. Ari, it's unfortunate we can't see his hand, but he's probably just packing a ton of blitz tanks because that's what's in his deck list there. Getting a little draw engine up now. Ooh, the carpet bomb. Yeah,
that's gonna hurt.
It could be really good for Merlinix.
That's a good draw.
Is it just me, or like, do you get the Cuban Cossacks like 80% of the time they use Zukov? It's like, I feel like I always get the Cossacks, like every time.
Maybe. The chances of it really depend on what else you're running.
Yeah.
Like I'll run Zukov and have my only infantry be Cossacks sometimes, and then turn one have a 3/3 on the front line. A carpet bomb coming out.
That's
a lot of value.
Lots and lots of value there.
That's both of Ari's backline draw infantries getting knocked out pretty early on. Merlini, I don't think we mentioned it. The parade pulled him 2 KV1s.
Yeah.
That is pretty scary in its own right.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
So what do you guys do now? If you're Merlini, do you just play one of the KVs and take the front line, or do you try and do something with the 17th rifles?
Yeah, I think he would drop the KV. He might go for the yak here. Oh.
Yeah, I think he's playing the yak because it's faster to take down the.
I guess so.
Artillery.
I guess so.
So we can attack it next turn, because otherwise the artillery is gonna keep attacking these HQ. That's 2 turns of damage there for Ari here. Now 4-2. So yeah, killing that is gonna be important right away.
The big attack buffs coming out. That's a pretty huge fast Heinz.
I mean, Ari has a lot of big bodies on the board right now.
Absolutely.
Flampons are looking scary.
7-5 Flampanzer.
I mean, you're gonna want to trade that yak into that Nebelwerfer, I'm assuming, and then probably
and then maybe use the 17th rifles to trade into the Panzer.
Tomahawk.
Would you? Yeah.
Not going to be too useful, I think.
So I have a question for you guys around that. Why would you use the 17th rifles over the KV there?
Well, Ari's showing a ton of damage right there. He's got the thing that has the adjacent damage buffs. Like, he could have taken near lethal damage right then and there.
That's true.
Merlini.
I think he has to play naval here.
I think he should play his draw first and maybe get a hammer. Ooh, that actually works out extremely well.
And the Siberian transfer right there. Oop, his
Mhm.
cards.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Little visual
There we
bug
go.
that we see
There we go.
sometimes.
Missing in action.
The card was just surprising.
Oh,
Just
here
making
comes
me
the other
surprised.
Kanona.
Ooh.
With
Ooh.
Alliance. Yeah.
Ouch.
That is. Yeah, that's it, I think.
That
Next
is a
turn.
lot of damage.
Hammer.
Oh, the hammer. So
Hammer's
what you
gonna
can
save
do
him.
here, you can trade into that guy, hammer that, and Siberian. And
Yep.
now I need to check the deck list, see if Ari has any burn cards.
Oof. Wow, this could be a really tight one.
Ari does not have any air blitzes. He has, I think, 2 more joint ops. The double KV1 coming out.
Here
That
we go.
could maybe close out the game. The only thing I'm seeing from Ari is a comet, and as long as Merlinix keeps the naval brigade there, the comet is not going to do anything. And if Ari wants to draw any cards whatsoever, he's
gonna
just
feel
going to
it
get
twice.
destroyed by KV1s. Yeah,
That's 4 damage each time.
Oh.
yeah, double.
I mean,
Wow.
he can't draw anything.
No, that's
And now he's gonna
another
draw
4
another.
damage right there.
It's 2 HP.
That's
That-
game.
I call this snatching defeat from the snatching the victory from the jaws of defeat there. That is
Wow.
because it looked very much like Merlini was gonna lose that, and he just took it. That
KV1s are
yeah.
very frightening cards if you don't have an immediate answer for them, because they're going to kill you if you don't kill them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's again Soviet value there. I mean, Ari just had to rely on his top deck near the end, and that
Yeah,
didn't really, and the double KV1s also didn't help. Clearly, that just took more than half of his HP there every single time. I mean, from just insane.
Ari blew all of his things, hitting face, getting as much damage as he could,
Not enough.
and Merlini was winning the trades, and Ari just completely ran out of steam. Ari losing his draw cards really early on. That carpet bomb was huge as well.
Yeah.
For Merlini, killing 4 units, and yeah, Ari just completely ran out of steam.
Yeah. Fortunately, we're still not able to get Ari into the machine here in the office, so we won't have his POV. It would have been really interesting to see, his POV there, if there was anything that he could have done differently to, squeeze out that last 3 damage, but unfortunately, we missed out on that.
I think we saw all the cards he had.
Yeah, I mean, we did. We did. But if there was maybe a different order that he could have played them in.
Maybe.
But we are getting ready for the next match. The players are just going to be issuing challenges and getting into the match. So.
Okay, Scout, what's your predictions on factions this time around?
Well, you're going to have to make me break out the deck lists again.
I think Ari's gonna play his Soviet value here.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Does he have a Soviet value?
I think so.
No, Ari does not have a Soviet value. He has a Commonwealth.
Oh,
He's
no,
got...
I see. Never mind. Well, it doesn't matter. The game is about to commence. But he does have his Commonwealth deck.
Yeah. Got the Commonwealth deck, and then the 2 really aggressive decks with Germany and Japan.
I think
he's
we might
already...
see Feint Retreat.
Maybe.
We'll see. That's the wonders here.
Merlini, of course, can't play his Soviet deck anymore. He's still packing a ramp deck, and then his own frontline German US deck. Yeah. So it'll be one of those 2.
Yep. We are waiting for the players to get into the match. There we go. Okay, now we're in business.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! All right, so that tells us, Merlini is not able to bring that deck again, whereas Ari can bring his fast German deck again. Do you expect him to do that? See if it works this time around?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he did get really close in that first game. He did get really close, but the removal from Merlini kind of just stomped out his engine before it could get rolling. And there he is, Ari going back to the German deck. Merlini with his own German deck. Looks like we have a ditto here.
Yeah.
Ari going first, however. Getting the 109th could be really rough for Merlini here.
But Merlini, he pulled that Flampanzer, so turn 3 he's able to get rid of that.
But 109th, turn 1, immediate frontline capture, quite rough.
Ooh.
Yeah, that. And Merlini just drew his own engineers here, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I think Merlini is in a really good spot here. He's able to play the Panzer 35T here, along with the 109th if he wants to. Get rid of the autocannon. Yeah. I mean, I think he's in a pretty good spot here. Obviously, I don't see the cards in Ari's hands, but it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Would it have been better if he played his engineers and then moved forward instead of using the Panzer IIs?
Well,
I mean, that's what I would have done. That's why I'm asking.
maybe he wanted to get more units moving up with the engineers to get more value out of it,
Yeah, that could also be true.
in case Ari had like a Flampanzer.
Well, I think Ari needs a way to get rid of that 4-1 in the front line. 'Cause otherwise,
Worst case scenario, he could trade his engineers into it.
yeah. Because that's 10 damage if Merlini chooses to go face next turn.
Even more than that with the SDKFZ.
Oh yeah,
and Blitz.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
12 with that.
Okay. Ari, repeat of last game, not really any cards in hand.
Yeah.
Kind of rough for him. We might see a Flampanzer, and I mean that works too. Ari, no cards, a Nashab on board. Could be rough for him. Ooh, the Alliance coming out, but
I think that's not gonna be enough.
yeah, the Flampanzer's gonna let him get that front line, no problem.
And he has Blitzkrieg and M18.
Okay.
I mean, he's going for the win next turn with that play for sure.
Yeah.
Just wanting to have more things to move into the front line. Wow, actually a pretty good pull there for Ari.
Yeah.
Keeps him alive at least one more turn.
Surprised Ari didn't move the Nashab up.
Did he have enough points for that left? Didn't really check.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he had
did?
plenty left.
He had 5 credits left.
Oh, okay, in that case.
Keeping the Verbal back so it doesn't get killed by the ooh. This is
Yeah.
looking like a very quick loss for
Yeah.
that's
Fast Heinz.
That's it.
this game.
Fast Heinz, Blitzkrieg, 1 turn
Deja
kill.
vu.
Bam.
Deja vu, dude. I feel like we've seen this.
Yeah.
And just like that.
Ari getting absolutely steamrolled in both of these games.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of an understatement there. Ari, the thing that costed Ari, I think, the game was that he kept again, twice in a row. The first game was very close, but then he ran out of cards, and then he had to rely on his top deck. In the second game, he had the same issue where he was relying on his top deck to carry him, and he used twice the same deck. It was a bit of a gamble, in my opinion, and it didn't really pay off.
Yeah, those early top decks from Ari really just set him back. Because he's got nothing but cheap units, and top decking with cheap units is especially bad because you're not utilizing all those credits. Like, there's no like big unit you're gonna top deck. It's just, oh hey, I top decked a 2K blitz tank. Like, wow, you know.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, your opponent is dropping,
Big units.
Yeah,
or
everything
a
they
lot of
can.
smaller units. Yeah.
Yeah, and with that, if we check out the bracket, we see that Merlini being the third person to advance into the quarterfinals, the others being Hubble Bub and Rain Zone 7-7. And the next match coming up for us is going to be our final round of 8 match between Blue Blast and Darkness. Yeah, with that match between Ari and Merlini, we say goodbye to our reigning champ. There's going to be a new Officers Club Championship champion at the end of today.
Yeah,
for sure.
it could
I
be
think-
the runner-up Blue, or could be the new guy that we've seen absolutely stomping in his bracket so far.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Darkness is just insanely good with his calculations and his luck sometimes with his cards. He sometimes pulls out the greatest victories where you think he's not gonna win that, and then he just does win it. That makes Darkness very dangerous.
It
So
absolutely does.
Blue is also really good. Blue is very consistent. So
Yeah, he was very
Very
very safe, consistent player.
Yeah.
Now some people were saying that maybe RNG was carrying Blue a little bit in the last OCC.
no comments.
And I also think Blue is bringing a very interesting deck this time around. I believe he's running.
Time yet? Let's see.
He's actually running a commando deck, which is really surprising to see in OCC.
Wait, who?
Blue Blast
Both of
is
them
running.
No, both of them are running commando decks.
Wait, I'm sorry. What?
Both of them are running commando decks.
Let's see.
Darkness has Britain
he has.
Soviet
Oh
deck.
my goodness!
Imagine if we see like a double commando there. That'd be
That's gonna be a
Dude.
shootout of the century. Pings going all over
commandos
the
shooting
place.
each other from across the field there, just like in the support line, just going pew pew.
There's gonna be like every commando is gonna be played with a cup of tea, and they're
for
gonna
sure.
have like 3 HP, and they're gonna be shooting each other like back and forth. It's gonna be great. I really hope we get to see those two decks go up against each other.
Can we make it a rule if both players have commando, they must play a first round or something? Can we make that happen? Yeah, just looking at the other decks here from Darkness. He has an Sovi value-ish. Yeah, Sovi value. Very similar to what the other guys have been running. Then we have the commando deck. And I don't find his third deck here. Oh, actually he does. And then he's running a USA deck with ally Britain. That's interesting.
Yes. I'm going to go put us on a 3-minute break while we get everything set up. We get the players connected to the computers. We get the screen and graphics set up for the next match. We get both players' cameras in. I think this is the first game we're going to have both players on live cam, because we both have Darkness and Blue on camera. So that's going to be pretty good. So for everybody watching, we'll see you guys in about 3 minutes. Thank you so much for tuning in. Keep telling your friends. We're climbing slowly and surely in our viewership numbers. We're up to 135 now, but I think we can get it to go over 200. I think if we go over 200, I'll post 20 codes for like a pack. We'll give like 20 packs. We'll give 20 packs if we get to 200 viewers. I think that's good. All right, so we'll see you guys in about 3 minutes. And we are back. We are just finishing setting everything up for the next match. Okay. I need to get these player cams set up on our match graphic. So it's going to be maybe 2 minutes that you guys have to fill for us now.
Shouldn't be too hard.
Okay, so
All right. So let's just go over the decks here again, because I've been looking at them, and I think there's a little bit more to it than what meets the eye here. Of course, the viewers can't really see it. We have the privilege to see the decks here, but yeah, both players have some really strong, well-rounded and balanced decks, in my opinion.
yeah,
Commando's gonna be a bit of a wild card in both players' options here, but
but okay, will they be brave enough to use
to
it
do
this
it
early on?
That
Yeah,
that is the question of the century. I think I would love to see it, really would love to see it, and I think the viewers would also want to see it, because double commandos, I mean, even just one commando is pretty wild, but if you combine both of them, it's gonna be pretty darn good, if you ask me.
it would be chaos.
Yeah, that's just 100% entertainment value here. We don't even have to commentate. We just let the film roll and let people in Twitch and whatever else chat is in there just go wild. Just yeah, that would be amazing. But yeah, just to go over. I mean, can we go over the decks again, or what do you want to do here, Scout?
Yep.
Well, things look pretty familiar. We've got ramp decks. Of course, the Ditto Commandos. Blue Blast is bringing ramp. Darkness bringing Soviet value. And then both of them, I believe, have a... Hang on. Okay. Both of them have a ramp deck. Both of them have a commando deck. And then blue, instead of a Soviet value deck, blue is running a burn deck with Soviet ally.
Yeah. There are some pretty good options for blue there. What I'm interested mostly is his USA Britain deck. I am looking at the lineup and it looks really juicy, if you ask me. It's the ramp deck, but
Yeah, it looks like the standard ramp lineup. You know, you want to get up to your big units. You know, your Pershings, your
yeah,
bombers.
yeah. But what makes it stand out for me is the Britain ally. To be honest, I don't really see it a lot. I mean, with honey,
Really,
it makes sense.
I mean, a lot of. I would say Britain is actually the most common ramp ally, just because Britain gives you access to Carpet Bomb, which is absolutely crucial in a ramp deck, because you need that AoE removal to like clean up that early game that you missed.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, it looks like we're just about there. I'm just okay. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, thanks. All right. Otherwise, the screen gets cropped. Perfect. All right. Are you guys ready? Because I'm about to be ready. I'm ready.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
We are ready. Go. All right. Well, everything is working for this game, so we're getting 2 working face cams and 2 POVs. So everything is perfect.
Awesome.
Nice.
Awesome, laddie.
All right. Well, looking at this, well, now I see stuff that you guys don't see. Oh. Okay. Oh. They're gonna have to do a new challenge. I need to. Okay. Okay.
Why are you laughing at, Scout?
Nothing.
Well, I mean, we're figuring out a lot of stuff. So I think they're re-logging now.
I knew it.
I mean, cards can also be fun, right? So
Yeah, of course.
um,
Wouldn't be playing it otherwise.
that's true.
Oh, okay.
It's,
Discord was acting.
Yeah, no, it was me. That was me. All right, looks like we're finally about to head into the game. Still need the darkness to swap over to 1080p. She has not done yet. Well, all right, we're into the game, so we can fade in. This is currently what we see from Blue Blast's point of view, but it's a little bit different what we see from Darkness's point of view, which is like this.
Oh,
Blue's looking smashing.
Yes.
All right. So, oh, the screen is a little bit. Okay, there we go.
Yes. No. So Darkness is playing with the client in 4K resolution, which is why
Oh, I see.
the signal is being sent that's bigger. So we're gonna have to fix that in between games. I do not want to interrupt these guys as they have started. But I'll tell you guys because I can see what Darkness draws, and I'll tell you what he draws. Okay.
All right.
alrighty.
So, Blue's going in with the honey first.
Yep. Darkness pulls His Majesty's Her Majesty's Chosen. His Majesty's Chosen.
Okay, this is the commando deck from Darkness, right?
Yeah.
It's gotta be, yeah.
Isn't it the commando deck for both?
Oh, I hope
no,
so. No. I
no.
don't
This
think
is
so.
Blue's ramp deck.
Oh yeah, of course. He's playing USA. Sorry.
Yeah, the commandos are both gonna be British.
Yeah.
Okay.
But already Blue has a lot of card draw in his hand. I would not move that honey up. I would just keep it there. And then next turn, he can play the ramp. Unfortunate that he won't be able to play ramp and draw. I wonder if it would have been better for him to, instead of playing the second honey this turn, to just play the ramp so that he can play ramp plus draw next turn.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
It's usually not super great to have two special deliveries in hand because they discard each other, but
Yeah. So that was
he'll be fine.
It's an HMS Illustrious and a Night Raid that was pulled by Darkness there.
Oh, that's a pretty good. Blue does have strategic bombing against that.
Yeah, they could be really strong against commando.
Yeah, actually, strategic bombing is probably. I think if you're playing against the commando deck, I would not mulligan strategic bombing if I were to get it in my hand. It's one of the strongest things that you can really play.
There we go.
Strategic bombing plus carpet bombing. They're just.
Pretty sure he's gonna play it now.
Well, with ramp, you don't want to really mulligan out any of your AoE cards because that's how you deal with. That's really just your main way of dealing with the early game fodder.
Yeah.
So
Here we go.
because I know the deck list that Darkness is playing here, and it's actually very similar to a deck. Just pulled a Convoy, by the way. Very similar to a deck that I've been running quite a bit. And there you can actually, you don't really play a lot around the HMS Illustrious. It's just kind of to draw out. So using the strategic bombing there against this specific deck from Darkness was probably not the best idea for Blue Blast.
Does Blue know he's up against commandos, though? I don't believe so. This is a Commando Commonwealth deck, too. Darkness is not running Ultra. At least I don't see an Ultra. So
Kitty Hawk coming out.
No big surprises from Darkness, I don't think. But
Corsair is strong though.
Blue Blast healing a massive amount, really,
Yeah.
with those 2 honeys out.
Yeah, and he buffed him as well, but we can do it. So the Kitty Hawk wasn't able to kill one of the honeys there.
Yeah, and that's one of the downsides to Britain is they lack a lot of just like immediate removal. So things with passive effects like, the honeys or KP1s or 04s, Britain usually has a really hard time removing those specific units. They're really good at pinning them and stalling and, holding them on the board and incapacitating them. But if they we chasing the ants.
Yeah. I think Blue is also realizing that he's playing against the Commonwealth or something, because he moved up one of his honeys to 1, free up some space on the board, and 2, to get rid of some of the HP there, I think. Just keep it low enough.
It's kind of, it's almost unfortunate that Blue is not able to just trade that fighter and get rid of that commando, because I think, it really looks like Blue is in a really good spot right now. He's healing a lot. He's going to have a lot of HP, but that can turn really, really quickly against this commando deck.
High altitude bombing.
Yeah, it's going to be big.
And honestly, the biggest weakness for Commando is a lot of healing, and I think Blue has already passed a threshold to just stomp out any tiny Commando techs. Not to mention, Blue has a ton of big removal cards that can easily wipe out the Commandos and get past anything like Secret Ops because they're very indirect.
So what Darkness is probably looking at, what he's looking for at the moment, is he's looking for his Pioneer, so that he can start rolling out Pioneer, Crusader, and really start burning and drawing through his entire deck and dealing damage with every order. Because he's running a lot of 1-cost British orders, and he can cycle through a lot of cards. So
I don't know how much that's going to do, though, because Blue has already got so many hit points on the board that it's going to be really difficult for him to, even with all the cards in his deck, it's going to be really difficult for him to break that massive amount of HP that Blue's built up.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing is, in this deck, you do run Rule Britannia. And Rule Britannia actually helps you out quite a bit in closing out the game, so you don't just have to rely on the commando damage. Especially if you get that, engine with the Crusader, the Honey, the Commando out there, so that you're constantly cycling cards and constantly drawing. You can really kind of end up with a full support line, having played multiple cup of teas, and end up with like 4 or 5 11 units on the board.
Yeah, that is true, but Blue is also playing Ramp, which generally has no issue removing those giant units off the board.
No.
Oh, who got one?
Oh, he got one. Wow. That should be an esport as well. Ollie, what kind of cards does Darkness have in his hand at the moment?
It's a good question. He has Desert Rats. That's what he's hovering right now. I can't actually see it, but if I were to guess, he's got a Night Raid. He's got some Desert Rats. He's going to have a naval power there as well. He's going to be able to pin some stuff and heal. He obviously pulled the number 43 Commando from His Majesty's Chosen, because he has another one of those in hand. He's going to be playing now. Starting to get the pins out here.
Probably wants to hit that Jasko. Oh. Jasko's another thing. Jasko can completely just eat the Commando ticks if they hit HQ and have them do nothing.
Yeah, but that Flying Fortress is gonna ruin his day, I think.
I'm not sure how Darkness is gonna come back from this. That is the biggest weakness of Commandos. It's just a ton of HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult for him to get back from this. I mean, it would be a different story if he had some of his commandos out already and buffed, and, we could see him clear the board with another carpet bombing with some lucky pings as well, but it's definitely getting tougher and tougher for him. every turn.
It's hard for him to keep the commandos on the board too, just because he's not going to be playing a lot of units, so that leaves a lot of space for B-17, for example, to just come out and kill something immediately.
I'm pretty sure blue has lethal next turn.
Here we go.
So let's see what we're gonna.
He's really looking. Well, taking out the Jasko, that's good. But I'm guessing he's really looking for that Pioneer right now. That's something that he probably doesn't have in hand.
Yeah, he doesn't have the points really to do anything here. It's 9-14. Oh, if he can kill that Surrey, no.
I think this game is a done deal.
Yeah, if he had killed the Surrey, then he would be 1 point short.
I think the ton of the massive amount of healing and just the general nature of ramp is really difficult for commandos to overcome. You need an extremely lucky hand to kind of just break that solid wall that ramp puts up, because both of the decks are slow, and both of them want their opponent to be slow. It's just the ramp is just too big too quickly for commandos to handle.
Yeah, and I mean, this is also probably version, 438 of the ramp deck for Blue Blast. So he's gone through the motions of tweaking, every little thing that he can, whenever he can. So this is a brand new version of the ramp deck. He rebuilt it after the Theaters of War stuff came out. So we saw it, those war productions. War bonds? War productions. No.
Special delivery?
War bonds.
I think.
Is that the 2K ramp card? Or
Oh.
Yes. With the 2 draw?
What?
No. That's the 5K.
2K ramp card, that is
the 2K ramp card.
Oh, you mean the 2 costs? Oh, sorry.
It's what war production. Right?
Yeah,
War Machine, I think.
War Machine.
There we go. We should know this.
I know names of cards, guys. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Sometimes it's just easier to remember 2K ramp.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I have that same issue. Is I know what the card does, but sometimes I just lose the name of it. And I'm like, oh yeah, I need this. Yeah, no, I forgot the name. And then you're like,
I think that might be one of the more difficult things about cards is the World War II theme is kind of like, oh hey, here's 123rd Infantry hitting your 4th Rifles with your 7th Marine Corps, and it's like, well, what does that mean?
You're in your brain like, yeah. So yeah, the names are sometimes difficult to remember, especially for infantry. But I think you have your iconic cards. I mean, for Germany, Ollie's looking very excited there.
I just saw the deck that Blue just brought. So Blue just picked his commando deck.
Oh, gonna show Darkness how it's done, huh?
Spank him. All right, so
and we have both POVs now, so
it's Darkness playing his Soviet value deck versus Commandos. I think that brings up the same issue of last game, is where Darkness has the potential to just get a lot of hit points out and really just stifle anything the Commandos try to do. However, it may be more difficult for Darkness to deal with the Commandos, seeing as he does not have, say, instant destruction cards as much as like a ramp deck would. So perhaps Blue's Commandos may stick a little bit more this time around.
Yeah, Blue already has a vital card really for any commando deck, and that's the Pioneers there.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm not a huge fan of playing the Pioneer turn 1. I feel like there's so many ways to deal with it often, and I advocate playing it when you can use it in combination with a lot of other stuff. Because normally when you play it, you're able to, if you're casting more than one order, you're able to save more than that one credit in that turn anyway.
Mm-hmm. It may be okay on turn 1 if you've got like something on turn 2 and you're up against an opponent like Russia where they probably won't have an immediate answer for it. Like the biggest answer they would have is hammer.
That's turn
But
3.
yeah, that's a turn 3 option.
I think Ollie has a good point when you're facing like Germans with the Flampanzers or, you know, sudden strike, where anything like turn 2 or 3 can kill it. So
I mean, my point is just like this turn, for instance, Darkness could have had the hammer, right? And if he hammers the Pioneers, even if it's now turn 4, you know, Blue didn't get any value out of it. He just left it out there vulnerable for 4 turns, right?
Now, I think it would have been a better play for Blue if he actually had something that he could have played like immediately on the next turn, but he didn't. He had to skip his turn. The 15th motor rifles, Blue nodding his head there, kind of not sure how to deal with that. 15th motor, if the commando decides to hit HQ while that is on the board, it is going to do nothing and just completely waste the ticks, and 15th motor alone could eat so much commando damage if Blue cannot get rid of it.
Euro factories there. 2 of them.
Yeah, he may be going for the Corsair Ural combo.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Blue does have daylight bombing, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's also got that card draw. I mean, what he really wants right now is he really wants a cup of tea to go with that Night Raid, because it's so easy to get rid of those commandos at the 2-1 HP mark, especially against Soviet, because normally they're holding a bloody sickle.
Yeah. Cup of tea would be really nice for this.
And I think he wants to save his week and do it for when he has commandos on the board as well.
Here comes the Ultra. Another daylight bombing, so he does have some options there, and crippling darkness's credits there as well.
He's really gonna need to get rid of that 15th motor, however, if he wants to have any chance of doing anything with commandos here. Now, I'll be honest with you guys. I don't think commandos are very good, like at all. Not in the current meta, but
You don't think
maybe
commandos?
these guys will... No, I don't think they're good. I used to think they were all right, but I think commandos were better when people were playing smaller units. But now, in this day and age where a lot of people are playing bigger units and leaning more towards the mid-range side, like I said earlier, it's really hard for commandos to break a ton of HP on the board, because the random ticks, like, say you've got like 3 units with 5 hit points, that's 15 damage you have to cut through before you're doing like any HQ damage. That's just really hard for commandos to do, you know?
Yeah. I don't know. I've been having a lot of success with the commando deck, but you know, that might just be, you know, ladder speaking. Maybe commandos are really bad in tournament setting.
Maybe.
Because obviously, I mean, in the ladder, you're getting more people, you know, doing experimental things and trying different types of decks or incomplete decks or so on. But you don't get any of that here. Here you're playing against, you know, always the best decks possible.
So Blue Blast managed to kill the 15th rifles. I don't think he's dropped a commando yet.
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't pulled
What's going to
one.
be interesting, though, is he going to use the Sexton on the Corsair?
I feel like if he does that, the Corsair is just going to get Urled immediately.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Ishak is going to... Sorry, the...
Nitrate.
Ooh.
Siberian Transfer is honestly a really good card for Blue.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I was going to say if he trades the forgot the name of it, the Ishak into the Ulsters there, and then use Ural against Corsair, then he could have killed the Pioneers there. But that's no longer gonna be a thing here. Unless he's lucky.
I think what he could maybe do to get some pressure on is maybe critical hit the Ulster and just smack face. But
Just go face with both.
Train here.
yeah, okay. Yeah, that puts a lot of hit points on the board for Commando to play with.
Uh-huh.
All right. So if you're attacking the Ulsters there, don't you just attack
Yeah,
the...
so go for the second night raid here with a we can do it.
Why would he attack the Ulster rifles instead of the headquarter?
Another Siberian transfer there. Jesus.
I don't know.
'Cause he just took
I
two
really
free
don't
damage,
know.
right?
Maybe he wants the Corsair to die sooner rather than later, but oh wow, he got 2 Siberian transfers. That's
I
crazy.
said that. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
amazing.
Wow.
But he's gonna move one of his commandos up though, or maybe the Ulsters. Because he can't deploy any of those otherwise they're just gonna go poof. Sickle. I think he might critical hit the Pioneers there with...
Ooh.
Because, yeah. Oh, never mind. Never mind that. Never mind that. He just killed that thing. That's a painful loss there for Blue, I think. Losing the Pioneers there, that was 0-10.
And that was a power turn for Darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Now what do you do if you're Blue Blast?
I think you play the Sexton and heal, and then next turn you go for the Rule Britannia and you get a giant artillery.
Oh, yeah.
However, we know Darkness is running the critical hit with the sickle, so he's probably going to immediately take out that artillery.
Yeah.
I think maybe what he should have done instead was play the Ultra. He blew fist pump in there.
Celebration coming out there for Blue.
Yeah, that sickle and critical hit is gonna give him some liberties here, I think. Darkness has the option to go for the Sexton or take down any of the commandos if he wishes, but he's gonna take the Sexton here because he wants to liberate his Liberator.
Ooh, KV1 also an extremely powerful card into Commandos just because Commandos really like to draw and KV1 really likes to beat you up for drawing, so...
Another Keep Calm. Another Cup of Tea, I mean. And 2 Commandos.
Blue could potentially drop a lot of Commandos. He may go for the Crusader, however.
Yeah, he's definitely going to go for the Crusader. I think that's a better play.
Maybe play the Ultra, I think.
Yeah, I might.
So I don't know. I don't know if I would do this or not. No. There's no... I was thinking if there was any reason for him to play the Siberian transfer just for the 3 pings, but I don't really think so. He was definitely hoping that that top deck there would be another Cup of Tea or some sort of low cost British order.
Yeah. Next turn, Blue has a really nice setup for a Rule Britannia. But Darkness dropping the KV1 right now.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, Blue does have 2 Siberian transfers here you can use.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to Rule Britannia here.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to draw him a card, and this KV1 is going to be dealing some pretty brutal damage, I think.
Just look at those commandos.
So, what do you want to do here? You got 4 credits, means you can attack with all your units. You could get the 14-14 and 11-11 into the front line.
I'd say kill the train and then Ultra.
I think he really wants to get those commandos to the front line.
I think so as well. I think because the support line is full as well, it forces Darkness to make a play and to trade if he wants to deploy any more units.
Ooh, 83rd Naval, pretty good pool for Darkness here.
Massive pull, actually. He's not able to kill the 1111 commando.
He can prep it for an ambush, however.
Loose face is a doll there. That move.
I think he's debating if he wants to prep it for the ambush or kill one of the commandos. He definitely wants to keep the Crusader alive because, you know, KV1, him having the Crusader is actually a benefit for...
No, he's killing it.
Or not. Okay.
Yeah, it's surprising to me as well. It's probably not what I would have...
I mean, I guess if the commando attacks anything, he just bombs it next turn anyways.
I mean, if you're blue here, you're playing a commando, you're playing carpet bomb? No? Why would you not carpet bomb there?
It would only kill the Yanjis there.
Yeah, but you got 3 commandos.
But he's the commando ticks, so...
Oh yeah, that's right.
And he could have played he could play the Kitty Hawkeye even after.
I think he's playing it real safe. Okay, so he kills the bomber here.
That's pretty good. He gets a chance to attack face here if he wants to.
I think
He's better off killing it though.
maybe he should have played the Kitty Hawk after Carpet Bomb to see where the ticks landed, but you know, that's fine.
So the reason why I'm in favor of him attacking face there instead of trading is I feel like you're wasting, you know, the HQ could be at what, 18 HP now? I think that's significant, and you are only trading that he has a 2-3 in the front line that he's gonna have to trade into you anyway, unless he has what, 2 critical hits in hand. So I think there's some missed damage on the headquarters there.
That's a big bomber to leave on the board, though. That's a really big bomber to leave on the board.
He killed the bomber. He killed the bomber.
Well, then he couldn't have done the face damage, right?
No, he killed the bomber with one of the commando pings there.
It was the KV, right? So it was a matter of...
Isn't that crazy?
It was the KV. So it was a matter of saving himself, you know, saving himself 2 damage or doing 11 damage to the HQ.
I bet. I kind of missed one of the plays there. I thought he attacked the bomber with his big commando or something. That was my mistake.
He can do 10 damage here with the 2
with
Siberian transfer. No, he can't.
Well, not anymore.
This is looking pretty in Blue's favor, I'd say.
Yeah. He's really starting to take control of this game.
He just has to smack face.
Plus, let's not forget it's lethal next turn anyway because he has Lancaster.
Yeah.
Well, he's got the little Lancaster that only does 5 damage. I think a better play would be the Siberian transfer to get a commando tick on HQ, maybe. Darkness, I think. And play that and probably go for the HQ heal, maybe.
He kind of has to. Otherwise...
And the card's probably better.
Well, I mean, he has to if he knows what Blue is holding, which we do.
Ooh, a commando tick could win it.
I probably will. Probably.
Yeah, it's a really good chance that the commando hits phase.
Yep, there we go.
And there it is.
GG. Commandos.
Now that's 2-0 for blue, right? He's clapping.
Oh, yeah, he's happy.
He's happy, Pete.
Happy blue.
Yeah. And that's a 2-0 for blue. He won the beat the Commandos with the ramp deck, and then brought his own version of the Commandos and took down the Soviet value.
Yep, quite.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I think that Rule Britannia really was the card that brought the game back for him there, because it allowed him to trade pretty massive Commandos, get a lot of HP off the board, and really, get him in range to be ticked to death.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also the Rule Britannia really helped with that. The last game, just very strong commandos at the front line, doing a lot of damage, killing a lot of units, also with the carpet bomb combined. So blue really had a very strong position there.
Yep, and with that, we can check out our bracket here. Our quarterfinals have been determined. It is going to be Hubble Bub, the newcomer that actually battled himself against Canada Bear to take a spot in the bracket. Then took down J King 7 before moving on, and he's going to be facing Rain Zone 7-7 that beat out Shadow TP in a pretty dominant fashion. And on the lower part of the bracket, it's going to be Merlini X that beat our reigning champion, Ari Big Ben. Like, really, really impressive play there from Merlini. And he's going to be facing off against Blue Blast, who obviously we just saw take down Darkness. What do you guys think about this matchup? And kind of out of these two matchups, which one are you more excited about?
For me personally, I'm looking forward to Hubblebop and Rain Zone, mostly because Hubblebop is the wild card. He's a new player. He beat out the entry game between himself and the other guy. I forgot his name. Sorry. And
Canada
now
Bear.
he Canada Bear. Sorry. So Canada Bear, and now he faced J King, also a really good player. He won against him, so he's really the wild card of this tournament, in my opinion. And now he's facing another very good player, Rain Zone, who very convincingly took down Shadow here, the other newcomer. So that's the one I'm looking forward to the most, just because I want to see how Hubblebop is going to be up against, how he's going to be responding towards another very good player called Rain Zone. Merlini X and Blue are also very good games, but yeah, that's my preference.
I'd have to agree with Rydek on there. Like to see the new guy come in and clean up, or maybe we'll see Rain Zone be the new guy stomper. So.
Yeah, he can have that title because he plays against both of them. So.
Yeah. Well, all right. We're gonna go into a quick little break. We need to get everything set up. I'm gonna let you finish that yawn before I swap back to us, Scout. There we go. All right. Yeah, we're gonna go for a quick break, and well, I'm first gonna make sure that we have the correct names up here for our next match screen. Our next match is gonna be between Hubblebub and Rain Zone 7-7. So we're gonna be coming back in about come on, there we go. And we're going to be coming back in about 3 minutes to bring you all the action there. We need to get the players connected to their relevant computers and get the graphics all set up so that they're nice and pretty. We'll catch you guys back here in about 3 minutes. We are at 152 viewers this time around, and the offer still stands. If we get to 200 viewers, I'm going to give out 20 packs. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in just a second. And we are back. We're coming at you live from... Wait, you're in Belgium, right?
Yeah, the world of waffles and fries.
Okay, so we're coming at you live from Reykjavik, Iceland, United States. Where in the U.S. are you, Scout?
Good old Florida.
Good old Florida. Hope you're staying safe, my man. And Belgium. So...
Yeah. Close to Antwerp if you're interested.
Okay, interesting. I've been to Belgium, actually. Went to Brussels for the League of Legends World Championship at one point.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, I remember. In the I forgot the stadium there. It's yeah, I know where it is, next to the Atonium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty cool building, like the bubble building thing.
Yeah.
I liked it. I had some mussels and fries. So that's your national dish, right?
Yeah, that's true.
It was really good.
What's the national dish for you, Ollie? What's it in Iceland?
Rotten shark and sheep's heads. That's pretty much
Ooh.
it.
For real.
Yeah, I remember that World Championship video of you taking the guys around and eating the interesting food in Iceland.
Yeah. Can you play?
Hey Scout, I actually have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Can I lend some hair from you? Because it's getting quite empty here.
Not for
My hair
sale,
went
I'm
on
sorry.
vacation. I'm sorry, but you know.
You know, I've got plenty for many people.
Quite jealous to see you with like a coupe. Just want to have it back again, suppose. Nah, but yeah. So Rain Zone and Hubble Bop. It's gonna be interesting. I really hope we get to see the Commonwealth Italy deck again.
Yeah, that seems to be definitely Hubblebubb's strongest deck, I'd say.
Yeah.
Well, it could have just been good matchups. He's also got some aggro decks in there.
Yeah, of course.
And then Rain Zone. We saw Rain Zone was just just extremely aggressive across the board, really. That might be what... That actually might be what breaks the Commonwealth deck from Hubble.
Yeah, Rain Zone is pretty dominant when it comes to his aggressive decks here. And it's gonna be difficult for Hubble, even with his best deck. I don't think if he has like the right cards. I'm talking about Rain Zone right now. If he has the right cards at the start, it's gonna be very, very difficult for Hubble to come back. Even if he does everything to stall, he's just gonna crunch away units and open up the HQ, I think. But you know, everything is possible. So I hope for the best that we're gonna get another interesting and exciting series of games between the wild card and the veteran.
And there we go.
All right, we are going into game number 1 between Rain Zone 77 and Hubble Bub. I'm going to go change the resolution on that other monitor to 1920 by 1080 just so that we don't run into all these resolution issues.
Alrighty.
I'll do that after this game. All right. So, 2 German decks. First game. Shocker.
Yeah. Shocker indeed.
Hubble Bub going...
Oof, look at that mulligan for Rain Zone, though.
Yeah. Hubble Bub going first. Getting the 109th engineer value immediately. Rain Zone without a turn 1 drop.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Hubble actually moves his Adler up next turn as well and drop down another engineer.
Yeah. Rain Zone does have the Flampanzers.
He has the Flampanzers to deal with them, but he has another... Hubble Bub has another 109th.
Wow, that's pretty scary. Yeah.
So he has a lot of options here, right? He can play the 99th Infantry, bounce that Whirlwind, get another hit free on face, and then he has an awesome next turn.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay, so Flampanzer from Rain Zone here.
For sure.
Kind of a lot of targets
Yeah,
to choose from.
What do you kill? I mean,
I would kill an engineer for sure, because
Hubble
otherwise...
only one card in his hand right now, though. Rain Zone might be able to just bring this back. Oof.
so Hubblebub with that joint op, he's able to... Nah, he won't be able to kill it, actually. Fortunate for him.
Ooh, dropping the autocannon. If Rain drops another Flampanzer, he won't be able to attack with the old Flampanzer, with the original. And you can't really trade with the frontline units at the moment. I mean, of course you can kill that one there, but Hubble has an autocannon that has survived a turn. Honestly, Hubble might just go face here, just hit everything with face, use the joint ops, everything, and just finish it with a comet. Let Rain Zone spend all of his credits on that expensive operation cost. Just
Yeah,
he's doing that.
I really don't hate that because he gets the deploy damage on the comet next turn, right? So he has lethal. He has lethal with the comet as long as the autocannon is up.
Yeah. So what can Rainzo do about this?
Nothing.
He has to find a way to kill the autocannon, which he can't do.
He ain't gonna.
Right?
He doesn't have anything.
There's no way.
Yeah, that's just game. Wow.
Like that autocannon comet combo is gonna be like perfect.
Rain Zone doesn't know it yet, so
no.
I'm gonna get to go to sleep nice and early today. Ooh.
I mean, Rain Zone is like he's going through all the possibilities in his mind, but I can almost guarantee he's not expecting a comet to come out next turn.
Yeah, that's game. Heck, he's lethal even without it.
Even with the comet, he can
Wow.
kill it. He's not gonna disrespect him that much by tossing out the comet, I think. So he's just gonna kill him with the 2 right there.
Hubble with that explosive intro, just snowballing to a very quick victory.
Man,
impressive.
Man, Hubblebub is really impressing me with his play today, and the decks that he's bringing to the table. He's bringing in really strong stuff.
And I think this goes to show why this German-US deck is so popular with a lot of these players today. It seems to be really good.
Yeah, I wonder why.
But hey, let's be completely honest though, and if you look at the top ladder right now, the last season the all top 10 most played were Germany, but this time around I think there's only 3 most played German decks in the top 10.
Yeah, I've noticed there was less Germany. I saw a lot more Britain around this time around. I think Theaters of War has a lot to do with that because I think me and a lot of people agree that Theaters of War added a lot more to Britain than any other nation. Like I'm struggling to think of like a bad card that was added for Britain in Theaters of War. They got a lot of help.
Honey, Surrey, Rule Britannia, just to name a few. They're all great cards in my opinion.
I agree.
And Surrey especially because next game. We'll continue this after this.
Hubble with his Commonwealth deck. Rain Zone trying the German-US again. Maybe better luck this time.
I suppose so.
He's going second this time around, which maybe not what he wants.
He free naval powers though.
Can pin some units for about 4 days, but
Rain Zone maybe trying to get the front line These guys are flying through their turns.
Yeah, they're really clear. They really know what to do. I suppose.
Ooh, was that a
Yeah.
was that a top deck on the 109?
No, I think he had those cards in hand. Wow, this is
Yeah.
an insane turn
Ooh.
for Rain Zone here.
That's just gonna.
Wow.
Now he
Rain
does
Zone.
have
That is-
another Surrey, so he might kill 1 or 2 of those.
It's going to be really difficult for Hubble to deal with. I think he just needs to stall for that carpet bomb, I think.
Yeah.
Really well played by him there, pinning that Werfer. Because that means that
Yeah, sorry.
Whirlwind?
Wirbelwind.
Whirlwind?
Verbal win.
Wirbelwind.
You combine the artillery with the tank there. Verbal.
Werfers would be great though. Let's be real.
Yeah. Yeah, agree. But yeah, it's not looking so fly anymore for Hubble here.
Rain Zone, potentially a massive,
Another
blitzkrieg.
guard from him though. He can pin 2 units this time.
I was thinking maybe he would like Crusader instead of the guard, but just to get that extra card draw to maybe get like a Monty or a Shelling or something. But
I mean, the one thing that Hubble does have is if he can stall till turn 7, he does have his carpet bomb. That's essentially gonna wipe his entire board, and that's gonna hurt Rain Zone a lot. So it's just essentially just gonna wait until turn 7, and Hubble should be in the clear here. Especially if Rain Zone is gonna drop some more units on the board like this.
The thing is, I don't think he gets to turn 7. What's his turn 6? That's gonna keep him alive.
is he gonna go for this?
I think playing the Blitzkrieg
Yeah,
there is
this might end it.
End it, but it's gonna do a lot of damage.
Oh.
Oh, I think he miscalculated that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, the big misplay.
should have waited.
That always hurts.
That was a big misplay. Only doing 7 damage instead of 10, and losing a unit in the process.
Does he have lethal now?
So
If he
Wow, I think
he can kill one
yeah,
unit with the
he has
Maki.
No.
lethal. He has lethal.
yeah. I don't think Hubble comes back because if he drops the aircraft, it's just gonna get pinned immediately because
Oh, yeah,
of
the Werbles.
the Werble wins. Yeah,
The Werfers. Oh wait.
yeah, the Werble.
The verbal warfare, yeah.
I think Hubble just
Yeah,
wow.
surrendering.
Boom.
Yeah,
Rain
that's
Zone
just-
surprise there.
This is a very, very powerful deck if it gets the front line.
Yeah, man. Rain Zone. I mean, that was just crazy.
Coming back with a vengeance.
It's just even with even with those 2 Surrey regiments and I mean, let's be real. Hubble got out pretty much all of the defense in his deck at an early point, but it wasn't enough.
Blitzkrieg is too strong. Even with that misplay, it was still just an absolute stomp.
And at the same time, we were about 1 turn away from Rain Zone losing that game. Right? 'Cause
Yeah.
If that carpet bomb comes out, it's game over.
Yeah. If Rain Zone was 1 turn slower, it would have been an entirely different game, and Hubble would have been 2-0 into the victory, going against into the semifinals here. But it wasn't. So now we're gonna go into game 3 and see who's gonna be the victor of all of this, the veteran or the wild card.
All right, game
Really?
3 it is.
I really think in that last game, when Hubble had the choice between the Crusader and the Guard, I think he really needed to get that card draw from the Crusader, just for like the slightest chance at maybe pulling a Monty or a Shelling to buy him time. But unfortunately, it didn't turn out that way. Okay, Hubble with Japan aggro. Ooh, we got the Japan aggro Ditto, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually. I thought Hubble would be playing his Commonwealth again. Because
Yeah, knowing that Rain Zone can't bring that German deck again,
Yeah.
could have been worth another shot. I mean, we can also be honest. Hubble got really unlucky in his draws. I mean, the fact that you have 3 naval powers in your hands after the first draw in Mulligan, like, you're not being set up for success with your Commonwealth deck at that point.
Yeah, for sure. Hubble definitely with a little bit of momentum here. Kind of on his Rain Zone, kind of on his back foot.
Rain Zone does have signal already, so that might be vital here.
It's true, but he's not really doing any damage. We know he doesn't have any heal.
That was a good move there.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe he can turn it around.
I mean, I think it's
Amphibious
possible.
assaults.
I think it's possible.
Oh, definitely possible, but yeah, Hubble's momentum is starting to wane. We may see the card advantage from Rain Zone bring it back for him. Now that these credits are getting higher, and
Look at the signal there, and that was greedy. That was greedy.
a little greedy, but Rain Zone's starting to get some damage off. Will he able to close it out fast enough? It's tough to say. Ooh, the Sheeden, that's a pretty ballsy play, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure.
But if Rain Zone doesn't have an answer, that's 8 damage he's going to take, and Hubble could potentially win it in just a couple turns. You know, I think him getting it out before a Whirlwind
Enter the front line.
messed him
Yeah.
up there. Yeah.
Does have a Tapai there.
A what?
A Taipei. I'm not sure how you pronounce it actually.
Taipei.
Tapai.
Taipei.
That just sounds no Japanese name sometimes.
Hey, if you make fun of me, I'm gonna make fun of you. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I can handle it. Now, Hubble does have a. I forgot the name of it. The killer unit with 3 damage, with 3 attack or less.
Amphibious Assault,
Amphibious, there we go. Just slipped my mind for a second. Now, would it be worth it against the signal?
yeah. I think Rain Zone should have dropped the errata there. I think he needs as much damage as he can get to try and close this out, because I feel like Hubble is going to go face. We know Rain Zone doesn't have any orders, so he's not going to have like a Blitzkrieg or anything, which maybe Hubble doesn't know that. Maybe Hubble will try to go for the clear instead of the full face, but looks like he's going for the face, getting that
Not
chonky
sure if-
8 damage out.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if that was the right call, to be honest.
Let's see.
But
No, but if you think
Zone-
about it,
Rain Zone can kill the Sheeden if he throws a Type 93 and the Verbal Wind into it, but
Like, he needs to throw both his Type 93s into it. So he needs one
Yeah.
to trigger the ambush, and then he's only gonna have 3 damage on his Whirlwind.
oh, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true.
He's entering the matrix though to try and figure it out. You can see that on his camera.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, maybe I can phase through this damage. Nope. You're gonna have to take all the hits. And that puts control back over into Hubblebub's hands. He has that Mito, 2 Mitos. He can take a Mito
Yeah.
and an Akita into the front line, and that's pretty much game.
Yeah, I think Hubble's gonna take this.
it's looking that way. I mean, he has a Hayabusa and another Mito, so if his Aikido hits right, then I mean, even if his Aikido doesn't hit right, he goes for something else.
Okay. I mean, there's still 1 Mito left, and the Hien? Ki Hayabusa?
I don't think Rain Zone is gonna come back from this. There's no way.
No. And with that, I believe the game is going to be over.
Yeah.
Looks like it. And before a random Commonwealth from another deck. I doubt that.
Oh, it's so close, though.
Yeah,
It was
that
really
signal
close.
is really doing the damage here for him.
But I think this came down to just the fact that Hubble went first in the aggro mirror. It's usually how it goes in these frontline mirrors, is that you just want to get the front line first. And Hubble held it really early on.
Oh, you entering the Matrix as well now?
Neo. Or are you Trinity? I'm not sure.
Well,
All right.
I gotta say, I am extremely impressed with how Hubble has been playing so far.
Yeah, agreed. Some really good plays from Hubble there. I mean, even his second game was. I mean, if you really think about it, he had a bad starting hand and he still managed. I mean, he was one turn late really, with his second game. So if Rain Zone was one turn slower, it would have been an entirely different game, and then all bets are off.
Yeah.
Then he could have probably won, but Rain Zone was the better, the more fortunate player in the second game, and Hubble just. He did what he had to do with his jab aggro there. So it was a diddle game. Could have gone both ways.
What's happening to your camera, Scout?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, not sure if Scout has anything more to say about that.
No, it's to me it really does just look like who can get the front line first and who can hold it, and it just goes from there. We've been getting all of those games are really quick. All of them are really quick, and it just if they get the front line and hold it, they just blow up and just win, and it's crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, but what we've seen as well is like even when you're not getting the front line, even just getting enough tanks out there so that you can take the front line and then blitzkrieg and then just one turn 40 damage or something. But I think what we're maybe missing here a little bit is like there is a lot of presence of mind in how you play these decks, in what order you play these cards. I've been watching this, and there's plenty of moments where I've been like, "Ooh, I would probably not have done that," and I would have probably lost the game. So even though these decks are really strong, that doesn't take anything away from the way these players have been playing, and really.
I've got a ghillie suit on now. Apparently,
Be gone away from me! Get away from me, you weird ass!
I love that this happens. I think we'll never use another tool to get your webcams in, because I never want to lose this ever. All right, let's take a quick look at the bracket. And then the camera comes back, of course. All right, if we look at the upper part of the bracket, Hubble Bub has beaten his way through first Canada Bear to get the spot in the bracket, then taking out J King 7, the winner of this season. So J King 7 came in first on the ladder. Hubble Bub came in 8th, and then Canada Bear was tied in 9th. So he beat out the guy in 9th. He beat out the guy that was in first place, and then he took out Rain Zone. That really decimated Shadow TP in that first round to make it to the semifinals. And our second quarterfinal match is going to be Merlini X against Blue Blast, to see who faces him there. No rematch of the finals from last time, but who do you think is going to take it between Merlini and Blue?
To be honest, if I may be slightly biased, I think Blue might be just that bit better than Merlini, just because, as I said before, he's quite calculative and he really knows his stuff. Merlini is also a really good player, but I think he's a little bit more impulsive with some of his moves. But again, both players are really good, so it's really hard to tell.
Yeah,
I'm looking more at the deck matchups here. Blue apparently has that really good commando deck. Or maybe he got lucky that one time, or maybe it's just a really good commando deck. We
Scout's
know
still
blue
not
also
convinced.
has. We also know blue has that really powerful ramp deck. I think it may be just a smidge better than Merlini's ramp deck. Of course, it's going to come down to how they play it, but
Top decks.
All
and
right.
then go ahead.
I'm going to take us to a quick 3-minute break while we get things set up for the next match. We'll be right back with you guys. Don't go anywhere. We're up to 158 viewers now. We're only about 40 away from a 20-pack giveaway. So tell your friends, let everybody know, and we'll see you in about 3 minutes. And we are back, and we are about to head into the second semi-final match of today. And that is the match between Blue Blast and Merlini X. We are just finishing setting up the graphics and getting everything ready. Both players are going to be playing with a face cam, so we're going to be able to see their reactions live. And I'm really looking forward to this. Blue Blast, so far, the only person in this tournament to have won with a commando deck, so I want to see that against more types of decks. What are you guys excited for in this matchup?
Yeah, that could definitely be cool to see the commandos again. Could also be difficult to pull off again. I still think it's rough with these high HP matchups. However, Merlini does have a few decks that aren't super HP heavy that the commandos could maybe rip through, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, nothing really to say about it other than what Scout says. It's it's going to be boiling down to the matchups as well.
You think so? Who was it? Was it Merlini that was running the Faint Retreat deck?
Yeah, I think both. Could I be mistaken, Scout?
It was Ari that was running Faint
Oh,
Retreat,
okay.
I believe. Merlini has a Soviet value, German-U.S. frontline, as we've seen, and a ramp deck.
Yeah, Blue doesn't run a Jaguar deck of any kind, so yeah.
All right. Well, I can tell you that I am about 12 seconds away from having everything ready for the match. So, there we go, and there we go. And now we just have to make sure that this is roughly the same. Oh. Oh. Okay, and there we go. All right. Green light to the players. So they should be getting into the match soon. For everybody that is watching, this is our second semi-final matchup. This one is between Blue Blast and Merlini X. They're going to be duking it out in a best out of 3 to figure out who is going to be the one to face Hubble Bub in the semi-final. The losers, so Rain Zone and whoever loses this match are going to be fighting out for third place. Third place receives $200. Third place receives $300, and first place receives $500.
Some good prizes.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those that want to earn a little bit of money themselves by playing cards, there is currently registering the KARDS Open. Check out BattleFi and 983 Media for more information on that. It's open to everybody, a $1,000 cash prize, funded by us here at 1939 Games. And with that, we are ready to jump into the game.
Merlini opting for his ramp deck, and Blue looks like he's playing his burn deck, which we haven't seen him play yet, I don't believe.
No, we haven't. It's going to be interesting to see how that's going to play out against him.
Ramp versus burn. I think burn is favored here, but we'll see.
Now, Blue does have, I do think, a good starting hand. He does have the Adler. He's got some good, strong early game units here, like the Whirlwind and the SDK. So Merlini is trying to get his hacks on here in turn 1 war bonds here. Too bad. So Whirlwind.
Rebel wins early on, usually pretty good against USA, because USA does run lots of aircraft. Merlini getting his ramp off. Merlini does have that carpet bomb in hand, so he's quite scary.
No, play the Nash up first. Oh, he doesn't need to because he has the Adler.
Yeah. See, Blue is already set up for like a massive blitzkrieg next turn.
Yeah.
And
I mean, is Blue gonna win turn 4?
I mean, if he doesn't have anything to, he
Oh,
does
he-
have Sirius
got a
too.
guard.
Wow.
Yeah.
Still, like, he can still do a lot of damage.
Wait, front line. He can move it into the front line.
I think he still wins.
I think he does.
No, he should. Oh no, I think he should have moved the Adler up. I genuinely
No.
think he missed. No, he still has the
He still
Katusha.
has it.
That's
He still has it.
okay.
It's gonna be
Okay,
perfect lethal.
Alternate win.
Oh
Wow.
my god.
That
So
is...
that thing I said about taking frontline and blowing up. Blitzkrieg, pretty powerful card. It's just kind of winning all the games.
And you don't see it coming unless it's too late.
That was the fastest win yet, right?
I think it's a tie between this and another one of Rain Zone's games against Shadow, I think.
Did he get a turn 4 win?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did.
That was
Same
crazy.
way, by the way.
That was crazy.
Yeah, that was insane.
And
Blue just land, Go ahead.
yeah, no, I mean, I'm just still in kind of shock at how perfectly that worked out. He was able to bring that. He probably had two ways to get lethal that turn, right? Both playing the Adler up and then playing the Blitzkrieg, or doing it this way. But like for me, that was the kind of the more complex way of making it happen, right? It's like I feel like he took the harder route.
You had two options. I don't think it boiled down to having a harder route here. He had some really good strong early on, so, like pressure already. He had an Adler, he had a Whirlwind turn 2. He already was doing HQ damage. So it just boiled down to just ramping up and snowballing, which is what he did. I mean, he also had some good fortune with the Blitzkrieg. If he didn't, it would have been a bit slower. But I think it would have been no difference. I mean, he did have the Surrey. Okay, next game.
Kind of noticed there's been a lot of those Adlers popping out real early.
Yeah.
And they're getting a ton of value with these early Blitz tanks.
The game is rigged.
They're just leading to these turn 4 and turn 5 wins.
Dude, Merlini's sick on the ants. He's
Yeah,
crazy.
I feel too.
Super good at killing those ants.
Can we get like a tournament for ant killing?
I mean, don't tempt me.
I'm tempting you right now.
Blue with the turn 1 Pioneers again.
Yeah.
No commandos in hand, but he doesn't really want commandos this early.
So I think playing first turn Pioneer is it's the safest thing you can do, or safest nation you can do that against is against US.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there.
Because they won't have anything to remove it, anytime soon.
Yeah, and you do have time, unlike with an aggro deck, where you don't have time to properly set it up.
Interesting to see that rescue mission in Merlini's hand there. That's not a card you see often at all. Blue's camera going absolutely haywire right now.
Turning into a smurf slowly but surely.
Entering the Matrix.
Yeah. Daylight bombing here for Blue Blast here. That's gonna offset some of the...
That prevents Merlini from playing that War Bonds next turn as well, because it eats a credit.
Yeah. So that's gonna hurt him.
Well,
Does have an engineer.
It's a pretty good draw, grabbing that engineer, keeping the ramp going.
Merlini also runs some missing. Didn't notice that before.
He's running German Ally, huh? Pretty unusual. Usually you see Britain Ally just because Britain brings Carpet Bomb, which is huge in a ramp deck.
Yeah.
Wait, no, he is running. That's not missing. That's Rescue Mission.
It's Rescue Mission.
Oh yeah, sorry. Rescue Mission. Sorry, whoops.
Okay, Blue about to get a stupid amount of card draw right here.
Yep.
A stupid amount of healing. Oh dear.
Just look at that.
Blue just completely getting that draw engine up, completely uncontested. That's
This
going
is,
to really come back to bite Merlini in the ass.
I mean, as he pops back onto our screen there, just bah! All of a sudden there's a blue blast there. No, but that's actually crazy, the presence that Blue has on the board right now. And he has another honey in hand, so he can, what? He's got 6 credits next turn. He can move up one of his honeys, play another one, and play we can do it. So everybody can get even more healthy, happy, and alive.
Yeah.
You know, I think I know why commandos are working here. Like, way more than they should be. We do not see very many bounce cards at all from any of these players, and anything that's on the board and gets buffed just
Stays
sticks
buff.
because nobody's running bounce. Because normally bounce is extremely good against these cards that are just getting super buffed, but yeah, there's just nothing to stop them.
Yeah, he's gonna
Ooh.
bounce the guards there back into the hand of Merlini. That's gonna be painful because that's a lot of resources there.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Merlini's still packing that Seaborn invasion. Looks like
Yeah.
he's gonna go for it here. Blue Blast has a
Not so great draws from that though.
Ooh, actually, potentially a very good value there from the air defense.
yeah.
Only 2 targets Blue can really attack with are the planes.
Probably gonna go for the heal here. Set up for the massive Rule Britannia.
I wonder if he is playing around airstrike here. Yep, he is. It appears so, at least. Or air defense, sorry. I'm just still really sad that I got owned by airstrike like 5 times yesterday. That's why it's stuck in my head.
Traumatized.
Yep.
Really smart by Blue, playing around the air defense. Ooh.
Oh, that's
Ooh, the rescue mission is gonna be huge.
That's
Unless-
actually really smart.
Unless Blue kills the ramp card first.
yeah, that might be the case.
Ooh, he might.
I just want to say that the Avenger killing the Pioneer is also pretty good.
Oh, unfortunate for Merlini. He really
Yeah.
wanted to hit the Avenger. Blue on his head. Maybe he saw it coming. I wouldn't have expected a rescue mission there.
No, me neither. But I mean, that's why these players are so good. You know, it's crazy how they can spot these things and play around them so effectively. Zardo's 13 is asking if I'm the guy on the Soviet 6th Airborne card. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'd love to be, though. Is Merlini running another rescue mission?
Let me check. Oh, okay, scout checks. Flying Fortress, what is he gonna
He's
kill?
only running the one rescue mission, so there are no more. That was a really lucky B-17 hit
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Blue keeps healing up.
Blue is now on the other side of the random destruction RNG.
Still looking pretty healthy. Doesn't really have commandos on the board, however.
And he has none in hand either. He hasn't gotten a single one of his commandos or night rates.
Yeah. he doesn't have too many good options here either. Like he can probably kill these bombers in the upcoming turns, but he's gonna lose his fighters in the process, I think.
Maybe Mosquito into the B-17. And then next turn he goes Carpet.
Yeah.
That way he kills the board.
Okay.
Coming from probably one of the fastest games we've seen this tournament, and going into a very slow and methodical game this time around.
Yeah, for sure.
It's still gonna be difficult for Blue to get past all those defenses. Just look at Merlini's hand here. He has 2 Grenadier Guards. He's got a Surrey. He's got a P40 to help offset some of the cheap costs that Blue has. So.
And I mean, he got those extra 2 ramp cards from the rescue mission, so he's, you know, even better set up for the late game. But now we see the commandos coming in for Blue, and I think that's going to be the point at which the tides can shift a little bit. We haven't seen Blue play any of his cup of teas. We haven't seen him play, you know, any of the low cost Brit orders really. So
Blue has the potential to really just come back from nothing with a Crusader commando. Kind of unfortunate that his operation costs are increased so much, but the shelling is really good. That could set up for a nice carpet bomb. Merlini only has the 2 big bombers left. He only has 1 Avenger and 1 B-17 left.
That Pershing could give Blue some trouble.
Yeah, it very well could. That's a lot of HP for commandos to carve through now, though.
Yeah, definitely quite a bit of
Ultra.
HP. I mean, I'm thinking you shelling here?
Shelling, we can do it, and then maybe pop the Rule Britannia.
Yeah.
Maybe wait a turn for that. Just buff his units a bit more, and then next turn you can do both shelling and carpet.
Yeah. I mean, I think we can do it now. Yeah, there we go.
Ooh, cup of tea is huge.
There are these cup of teas that are coming in, and then he can shelling to cap this off.
Night raid.
Choosing to go for
the ultra.
Interesting.
I think he wants to hit face here. If he gets a Rule Britannia off, that plane is going to be massive, and it's going to do a massive chunk to Merlini's face.
I mean, Merlini, he has to get the Pershing into the front line now.
For sure.
Because otherwise, I mean, he doesn't know it, but...
Trying to burn it down.
It's going to be, what, a 16-16 plane?
Yeah, he's got the guard, though. That can buy him some time. But the board is about to get real dangerous on Blue's end here.
Real quick.
How many times, like in general, do you look at a board like this and see how developed Merlini's board is and still think he's at a disadvantage? I mean, I don't think that happens too many times.
I think Merlini's looking all right, though. Like, he's really safe. The shelling is gonna be a big kick for him, but
No, even with the carpet, it's not gonna be enough. But it is gonna be. So what is he gonna do?
Don't you just
doesn't
play
really have anything for
air power or something? Destroy the honey?
No, I would use it on the commando.
Yeah. Maybe just
or use it on one of the 5 or 6 health units there, and just use carpet after. But...
Ooh.
Ooh, that's a good ultra there.
That ultra's gonna
Merlini.
causes the overdraw though.
He just lost an ulster. That's actually not that bad at all. He may win a carpet bomb here.
I mean, I think
Stop the healing there.
It has to carpet bomb here, I think.
Or he may look for the Rule Britannia. I'm not sure.
The thing is, his support line is a little bit borked here. Even
Yeah.
even with the carpet, it's not going to be able to wipe the front line here, so we can move some of the units up and start snowballing more. So his Rule Britannia is at this point really good, but it's could be better if he has a front line here, which is what he wants, I think.
I mean, at this point, his units are so high HP that he can afford to attack with the honey, for instance, right?
Yeah.
Oof.
Ooh, another cup of tea. Goodness.
Keep calm and carry on. I think Merlini
And the Monty.
Unfortunately, they didn't have a credit to play that there. How
Ooh,
lucky
Avenger.
is Merlini going to be?
Okay. Killing the commando.
I would have preferred the plane.
Yeah, I think that was the worst target he could have hit. Because the tanks can move and attack.
Also, why is he holding on to his Pershing, guys? Do you guys know?
Maybe he's not expecting the Rule Britannia.
I think he's probably, while he has 24 HP and he's out of Commonwealth range, he's keeping it in hand.
I really think Blue should try to take the front line this turn.
I mean, he has the opportunity.
I think he can do that pretty easily. Just play the commando and then start playing your orders.
Yeah.
But the problem with him here is that he kind of wants that Crusader to die, right? Like, he keeps overdrawing. He keeps overdrawing.
No, I think he wants it to get caught in the Rule Britannia and he can just kill Merlini in a single turn. Because he'll have a ton of massive units.
So playing the RAF there means that he didn't overdraw.
Well.
But
unless he doesn't play anything now, he's gonna overdraw.
I think he really wants to take the front line now.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah,
And
but Blue's card collection is... I mean, his remaining cards are dwindling here. His stack looks very tiny compared to Merlini's.
I don't think it matters that much, though, because
No, of course not.
he's going to have that massive...
Britannia.
Yeah.
And he does have the health to negate that, so should be fine. We might finally see it here.
Coming out. Yeah, okay, that's gonna stifle the Britannia quite a bit.
Ooh. Is he gonna play now?
He's gonna go for it, however. Probably really wants to get that Crusader on the front line, I think. And that's gonna be a 20/20 Kitty Hawk in his back line.
Almost enough to just one shot. But it's not GG just yet. Still got the guard.
Yeah, if Blue had like one more credit, it'd be game, but that's insane.
Yeah, killing the Pershing might be...
I don't think
all right.
I don't think it matters, but I think it's fair to do it either way. Merlini now can play 3 guard units.
I don't think that's enough. Well,
it's enough to keep him alive for one more turn. Should be.
Yeah, that Crusader has that increased operation cost, so
6, 7, 8, 9.
Ooh,
10,
wait.
11.
No, I think he still wins here. Because he can trade the Crusader into the guard, trade the honey into that, the plane into the other one, and then still hit face. Okay, he doesn't win, but he still gets a face hit in, which is huge. Yeah, this is looking real bad for Merlini right now.
Okay.
Really surprised to see the commando deck from Blue doing this well, but is it fair to call it a commando decker anymore? Or is it just a Rule Britannia deck? Because it's really Rule Britannia that's doing all the work.
I think so too, but yeah, it's not gonna be enough there.
Oh,
And Blue is praying to the gods for this game.
yeah, praying that Merlini doesn't have a way to stop that onslaught. And indeed, the air defense had been played earlier in the match, and there was nothing that Merlini could do to stop that. And there we go.
Yep, there we go. So, initial thoughts there. Could have gone both ways at first, but then it just became more and more clear that Blue had the game, and Merlini was just slowly but surely just fading out and losing all of its potential to turn this game around.
Yeah, a lot of Merlini's hard removal was used a lot earlier on, and once that Rule Britannia comes out and you've got nothing to like at least bounce those units, then you're done. They just hit way too hard.
It's as you said that the lack of any bounce potential that the decks are lacking right now is what makes Blue's commando decks so strong, and quote unquote commando, because we've now decided it's a real Britannia deck. But yeah, it's interesting to see how Blue managed to make such a strong deck in this competition so far with that deck alone. So yeah, looking forward to more of those games. Let's see if in these semis how Hubble is gonna face against him.
Yeah, it's Hubble versus Blue now, right?
Yeah, if we check out the bracket here, we can see that the semifinal is going to be Hubble versus Hubble Bub versus Blue Blast. But before we go into the final match, we're going to have Rain Zone 77 against Merlini X for the third place. So we're getting that all set up for us now. Yes. Just making sure that we have all the screens and everything set up.
And this match will determine who takes home the third place $200 prize.
Yep. That is exactly what it will decide. So I just need to get it set up so that we can get Rain Zone's camera in here and get Blue Cam. The Blue Cam, I call it. It's called Blue Cam in OBS. So with that, we have our two finalists for this this month's Officers Club Championship. That is Hubble Bub, the newcomer, working his way all the way from 8th seed into the tournament. Taking on the season winner in his first match in the bracket after beating out Canada Bear to get in there. And really just tearing it through this bracket. And he's going to be facing off against a veteran tournament player and a known name, streams a lot, and he was in the finals last tournament as well, and that is Blue Blast. But before that, we're going to go and take a look at the third place match between Rain Zone 77 and Merlini X. So we'll be back in about 3 minutes with that match for you guys. So don't go anywhere. We are at 165 viewers, so we're ever closer to those 20-pack giveaways. Let's make it 25 packs if we get over 200. 25 packs, why not? All right. And with that, we'll see you in about 3 minutes. And we are back for this third place match in this month's Officers Club Championship between Rain Zone 7-7 and Merlini X. The players are just getting set up, and we are setting up the graphics for the match. What do you guys think about this matchup? How do you think this one's going to go?
Honestly, like the other matches where we have German US, you know, they're gonna take Germany first, right? The person that goes first is gonna get front line. He's gonna get his Adler and his Blitzkrieg, and he's gonna win. And then then we go to the next game.
Nobody expects the German Blitzkrieg, guys. Nobody. No, but you know, on a serious note, again, as Scout says, it's going to be whoever takes the front line first, aggro. Both players are very aggressive, so it's going to boil down to whoever gets front line first and manage to keep it. That's how it is. Top decks also important, but yeah.
Yep, and the players are ready. The challenges have been issued, and they are about to load into the game. This is a best out of 3 third place match before we head on over into the best out of 5 finals. Rain Zone 7-7 against Merlini X here to duke it out for that third place spot.
And what do you know? Germany against Germany.
Yep.
Shocker.
And the winner of this series
I know.
wins $200. So there's a lot on the line here, directly on this game for these players.
Lenny going first could be good for him. Doesn't really have anything to yoink that front line, though. Maybe Rain Zone gets the front line first here. Probably 109th. I don't believe I saw a Flampanzer in Merlini's hand.
Yeah, there was one.
Yeah.
There was one.
Oh,
there is one? Okay, my mistake.
You'll see it now. He already has it queued up and ready.
Oh, there we go. I find it really interesting that these guys don't kill the 109th like ASAP.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's such a snowballing card that it's almost like priority number 1 to get rid of. Because it's got a smoke screen, you can't trade into it.
No, but both decks do have like joint operation and stuff, so even if they think like, well, Flampanzers,
It's true.
but you know, Rain Zone does have a lot of Flampanzers in his hand.
It definitely does. But for me, I'm wondering, because Merlini knows that Rain Zone is running the 99th Regiment, right? I'm wondering if that had anything to do with his decision there to Flampanzer the front line so that he couldn't get bounced.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just Flampanzer City, dude. They're all coming out.
Blitzkrieg, that's huge.
I don't think so. I don't think he's gonna get too much damage out of it. Even if he puts the verbal vent up there, he won't be able to blitzkrieg and attack. Oh,
That's a misplay.
Oh,
That's a misplay.
that was a huge misplay. I think he would have done more damage if he had just attacked.
He would have done, yeah, he would have done 6 extra damage instead of. Yeah, he would have done more damage without the Blitzkrieg.
He would have done 2 extra damage, but still, it's really unfortunate for Merlini.
Is that a slight misplay by Rain Zone as well there, playing the Adler after he attacked with the first Flampanzer? Yeah. Doesn't really matter, but would have saved him a credit.
I think it would have mattered.
I think these players are getting a little impatient, I'll be honest. I think they're getting impatient. They're just like throwing things out, just wanting to get it over with, making a few misplays here and there.
No, I think it has more to do with their play styles. They both, as I said, Merlini especially is an impulsive player when it comes to like moving. even though he's a really good player, he does make things like that happen. Especially like the Blitzkrieg. Had he just thought about it for a moment, he would have realized that he didn't have enough to make. I mean, he would have realized that he didn't have enough points for attacking a second time. So that's
Brilliant.
just the play style.
Are they running air blitzes?
I don't think so. Let me check Merlini. No, I do not see an air blitz. I see a comet, but no air blitz. I see an autocannon as well, but
Okay, so probably
I don't think it.
Go for it.
I don't think it's gonna matter too much because rain zone. I think it's gonna take it here.
Is this game?
I think so.
6? No, it's not.
No,
Ooh,
not
1
quite.
point.
It's a lot of damage, but
Oh wow.
3 points short.
Really?
Blitzkrieg Adler, the real MVP of today. I think that's it for Merlini.
Yeah, he isn't really able to bounce anything that's meaningful. And that's game.
Yeah.
Oh, hit him with a cool back.
All right, and that was a pretty quick first game in this challenge.
What did I say? German Ditto, Adler Blitzkrieg.
It's almost like you're a
Yep.
prophet, Scout.
Well, I've got the hair for it.
I mean, he does look like Jesus a little bit. So second game. Both German aggro's out of the way. So what kind of decks does that leave?
Well,
So
we're getting one German aggro again, and we're getting a Japan aggro right back at it.
This is the Feigned Retreat deck, I believe.
Yeah, it is. It's the
pulling a Blitzkrieg out of there, Rado.
It's the Feigned Retreat Arado deck, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, Rain Zone, not happy that he couldn't get that SDK up.
Fast Heinz could be good here.
Could be given the slight beef that he needs to.
Yeah, to punch through there.
Do you play? Yeah, you play the first signal here.
Yeah.
I don't think Merlini has any Flam Panzers in his hand, so.
He does
And
not.
even if he has, I think it might be more valuable to use it. Okay, never mind.
Again, Germany really not packing any kind of heal whatsoever, so it's gonna be real tough for Merlini to. Well, I mean, you know.
But look at the card advantage that he has right now. But we all know Rain Zone is just looking for that Feigned Retreat. That's the only thing he cares about. He's approaching.
Maybe.
He's
Because
approaching.
we all know it really does just take a single Blitzkrieg in one turn to completely one-shot the HQ. So at any moment, Merlini could just instantly close out this game.
Okay. Comet picking up. Merlini finding that Comet that he really desperately needed last game. And now putting the pressure on.
Yeah.
So he needs to trade that Taipei regiment into the Whirlwind to play the Arado to pull the Feigned Retreat.
I think that's exactly what he's gonna do.
And then probably play the Mito regiment to kill it.
Here it comes.
There he goes.
Yeah.
And then move the big guy in the front. Oh, I think he might have this. Yeah, getting that ambush in the front line is really, really good for Rain Zone right now. It's gonna be really difficult for Merlini's small tanks to break that.
Maybe Comet sacrifice into it.
Like he can kill it. He can throw a Panzer into it, or even that guy right there. Or
Yeah,
smart play by him.
good ordering there, making sure he gets the 0 operating cost. But surely he has to know that Feigned Retreat is coming.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the Feigned Retreat. If Merlini doesn't win now, I think he just loses.
He can.
God.
Wait, 3,
No,
4,
he can't.
6 plus 6. Oh, he's 1. He is 1 damage short. If he plays the Hellcat and pushes it up into the front line, and then blitzkriegs, he has 12 damage on board. He's 1 off lethal.
That might be what he goes for.
One off lethal. Ouch. Man, that must suck if you're Merlini there.
Yeah, but maybe Rain Zone doesn't win here. Maybe.
Depends what kind of card he draws.
If he pulls a Mido. Yeah, well.
Yeah, you called it.
Yeah. That's gonna be a game because he gets
Oh,
the
man.
regiment as well. Oh, I had the signal. It's enough.
Oh, man.
Bam.
Signal red.
Such a close game.
Yeah, that one was indeed 1 damage short. It is unfortunate for Merlini there, because he really had that near the end. But yeah, that signal is, I keep saying it, it's just really good in any Jap aggro deck. And when I see it on the board, I kill it as soon as I can, because that's just mean.
Yeah, and
Scout is nodding no.
with that, we have our 3rd place finisher.
Mhm.
That's Rain Zone
Rain Zone.
7-7.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, Rain Zone. There we go. Almost done. Yeah. Well, that was our 3rd place match, and we thank Rain Zone and Merlini so much for their participation, and it's been awesome working with these guys. Both of them brought their face cams, and we're on point with everything leading up to the tournament, so we thank them for their participation and congratulate Rain Zone 7-7 on winning $200 for that quick series. That only took like 15 minutes to finish those 2 games. It's like, it's pretty good hourly rate.
It's better than my sex life.
Oh, my.
All right. Well, the only match that we have left is the finals.
Yeah. Hubble Bob versus Blue.
Yeah.
Best of 5.
There we go.
So this is really going to be, you're only as good as your weakest deck for this one. Because you need 3 wins to take it, and you can only play the same deck that you win with, once.
Yeah.
So it's gonna boil down to who has the better 3 decks, I suppose. Or the better matchups, how you look at it.
Okay, I'm just making sure we have all the stuff ready.
I think Scout is falling asleep slowly but surely.
A little bit.
I think so as well.
If you hear like a snore, all of a sudden, like.
Nah, dude, I don't snore, dude.
What
you
time
know that
is it for you?
it is 3 p.m. for me.
3 p.m.
Yeah, but you know that 2-hour nap I took? That was my only sleep for the past 24 hours. So
You are crazy, good sir.
Dude, you only have yourself to blame for that.
Listen,
Yeah.
I tried to sleep, but
I know, man. I have some slight insomnia issues as well. Really sucks when you can't sleep. We are about to be pretty much ready for this. All right, let's take our patented 3-minute break before we head into the final match. As you guys mentioned, this is a best out of 5. That means that these guys are going to play 5 matches. 3 wins secures it. So if you are, if you're playing, if you win your first match, you can't bring that deck again. If you win your second match, you're now down to 1 deck that you have to play the remaining 3 games with. So you are only as good as your weakest deck. And Hubble Bub has a deck with Italy in it, and Blue Blast has a Commando deck. So I think we have some pretty fun decks in this final. Well,
Yeah, agreed.
with that said, we'll see you guys in about 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, and we are back, and we are just about to head into the finals of this Officers Club Championship for July. Facing off in the finals are going to be Hubble Bub, our newcomer, versus the veteran Blue Blast. He's making his return to the finals here, coming in second last time. This is an interesting matchup, guys. This is definitely like the KARDS tournament veteran against what we see as
The
the
wild
newcomer, right? The wild card, who we haven't seen before. Obviously, he's a very good player, proven himself on the latter end in the matches so far today. But what do you think we're gonna see in this matchup?
I think we're gonna see Blue pull off some stupid crap with his
Yeah,
Rule
his camera's
Britannia
gonna turn
again.
blue as well.
Oh, yeah, if we're lucky.
Yeah.
And Hubble, you might see do really well with his Commonwealth deck again. He also has some really good aggro decks, however.
Yeah.
No. Go
My,
ahead.
my prediction is Hubble is gonna play the game of his life, I think, because Blue is, as we said before, he's a very good calculative player. He always takes his time for turns, or most of the times anyway. And Hubble, being the new guy, he's already going this far. His nerves are gonna be tense, I suppose. I predict because of what's at stake. He's already in the prizes, but he could be having so much more, being first time the wild card into first place. So he's gonna be a bit more nervous. Blue, on the other hand, is more experienced. He has the knowledge to play with his decks. As Ollie said before, he's practiced his decks so many times, tweaked it. He knows his decks in and out. Hubble also has this, but it's going to boil down towards not per se luck and experience, but good fortune, as that makes sense. Hubble is going to have a tough time. That's my prediction. But we'll see. I really hope that Hubble is gonna get some good games out of this, and for Blue, not stomp him too hard.
I think you're really selling my man Hubble short there, dude. You've been absolutely stomping, and I'm rooting for the underdog, dude. I want to see him. Dude, I'm tired of Blue winning, dude.
I hope he's not reading this, but nah, we're gonna see. So we got Germany against Germany here.
Whoa. So
say what? That's a surprise.
So it's a burn deck from Blue, and then what is it? The U.S. Germany from
your typical aggro deck. So
Blue's version has a little spin on it, running Soviet ally instead of U.S. Taking that front line extremely early. Maybe that's why he prefers the Soviet ally, because of that instant front line capture on turn 1. Excuse me.
Blue is already establishing dominance on the board here with 2 tiny units on the board in the front line. Nah,
what do you do here?
What's he gonna play? Verbal-Winds?
I think he would want to get rid of units like ASAP.
Yeah.
You never know when a Blitzkrieg is gonna drop and just kill you in a single turn.
And also because of the fact that they're all 0 cost, so they're supplementary to whatever else Blue is playing right now. And Fast Heinz is really good.
I really like that.
Yeah, that's a really good Fast Heinz. Blue, some really scary units on the board right away.
And his Flampanzers aren't really be able to do much besides killing the SDK there.
Still 8 damage at least that Blue's going to get to deal to Hubble. And now he's getting a draw engine up.
Really good.
Yeah.
Play. Picking up more draw from the draw there.
Also Kanona for Hubble here.
I'm not sure that's going to do anything for him though. The downside of the Flampanzer is that it has 2 operation costs, so it's really difficult for it to clear and then also develop the board.
That's a good play from Hubble there. Playing the SDK to buff the other one and then sacking one into the 4-2 there.
Okay. I think Blue should take Katusha here. That way his joint ops are empowered and...
Ooh.
Yeah.
Double Katusha's.
Ooh. And as we know, Germany has no healing at all, so all this damage sticks.
I mean, he won, right? So
Yeah.
if he plays the Katusha next turn, that's a 3 damage joint op. He has 6 credits, so he's pretty much guaranteed to win in the next 2 turns.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he gets the free infantry as well. That's game.
Yeah. Hubble with the blank expression, completely unfazed.
Yeah, he's like. We've been making that joke like the entire pre-stream, and we haven't done it once, so it's good to have it out now.
But this was the best this type of joke that you guys have made so far. I'm gonna give you that.
Wow. I've
Completely
been cracking jokes the
unfazed.
entire stream, and now you're like, oh, this is the best one you have so
He's
far.
completely unfazed. No
Always.
reaction.
Steel nerves, man, steel nerves.
Well, I think this is a very quick victory for Blue. That takes his German deck out of the pool. Yeah.
Yep, there we go. Can win it with a Katusha, can win it with a joint op.
There
And
it is.
there it is. Game.
Very swift German defeat, or German victory. Both, actually, but yeah.
Hubble still looks pretty good about it.
Well, he doesn't seem upset, at least from his picture.
Serene.
But man,
All
this I think this is like close to the second fastest game, if not the second fastest game that we've had, and both those games have come from Blue Blast's German deck, right?
Yeah, he's been up there. I think there was one other that also had an extremely fast German win, but these German decks, they're crazy.
That was Jap Germany, I think.
So now we're gonna spice things up a little bit, and we're gonna get Blue Blast into the call here for a little interview. So we're just calling up Blue here. Hello, Blue.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. How are you?
Good. Feeling good, man. It's been some intense games today.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to talk to you about that German deck that's seen a lot of success for you, and you're taking a slightly different route to most people running Soviet as an ally. Can you tell us a little bit about, that deck and how it's played for you in the matches so far? What's been the primary contributor to the success of this deck in this tournament?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this has been a deck I've been working on for a while. I brought it to the last Officer Club Championship, and it didn't do very good. But now with the addition of all the Theaters of War cards, really shook up the meta, and this has just kind of been a deck that I've been fine-tuning, changing the cards here and there. And I know a lot of people played the USA version for the 109s. I'm just more of a Katusha guy myself.
Well, the Katusha came in handy for that last game, for sure. Both of them, actually. What do you expect to see in this next game? Do you expect your opponent to bring the same deck, the same German deck, and you have to fight that, or what's your strategy moving through this series?
Yeah, I mean, I know that Hubblebub is playing like 2 aggro decks, right? He's playing the German one and the Japan one. And I think my best counter that I have to his aggro decks is my aggro deck, right? Like, I just got to be faster than him. So that's why I went with my German Soviet first, because I knew, it's like a 66% chance he's going to play aggro, right? So that's kind of my main counter. My other 2 decks are built more to counter, I would say, more mid-range stuff with commandos and ramps. So it'll be interesting. I'm sure he's going to bring aggro again. And so I'm going to have to I'm just going to have to tighten my belt and get in the trenches with him.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's gonna have to bring his slower deck at some point, even if he wins the next two with his aggro decks. So you always have a chance. But all right, we'll let you go now and let you get ready for the next match. You guys can just start that whenever you're ready. We are anxious and waiting to cast it. Good luck to you and your opponent, and we'll talk to either one of you after next game, whoever wins.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you. All right, and that was Blue Blast. For those that couldn't see, obviously, you just saw our faces on the screen. But yeah, that was Blue Blast. He was telling us a little bit about his decks. What did you guys think of what he was saying? Do you agree that, you know, his aggressive deck is the only thing that can really deal with those aggressive decks from Hubble?
I don't think that's the only thing that can deal with them. I think his commando deck could probably do pretty well with a lot of the ticks on the, a lot of the healing and a lot of the ticks on the low health units. I do think his aggro deck is better for the aggro mirror, however, just because it's slightly faster with that Russian ally. And those Katyushas come out and really let him clear a lot of things and get those extra hits in that maybe his opponents wouldn't be able to get. And he just gets that very slight edge that you need to really get ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Scout there.
Yeah, I'm smiling because I can watch Blue like struggling to pick which deck he's gonna bring in next year. Hovering both his ramp deck and his commando deck. Which one do you think? Guesses? Commando ramp?
I think ramp. That's my guess.
You'll find out now. And there we go. It was his commando deck.
Commando, okay.
Now we get the commandos against the aggressive Germans. How do you think this one's gonna go? I think the commandos have a chance here.
I think the commandos would have been slightly better in the Japan matchup just because of the amount of hit points that are going to be on the board, but I think commando is his best bet against more aggro. Ooh.
That is a good drop there for
Yeah.
Double
He hasn't-
pioneers. It's the
Yeah.
best. 5 credit carpet bombs all day.
But Bubble is not doing bad himself. He does have fast hinds. Blitzkrieg as well.
Ooh,
so
blue
he
with
has-
the air power, however, can instantly
yeah.
remove that tank. Air power
yeah.
very good into the single tank buff matchup.
That's true.
See, and this is what you get when you play the pioneer this early. Thankfully, he has another one in his deck. So, but I mean, like, had he, if he kept it in hand there, I mean, I guess he did get the air power out of it. So,
Well, it wouldn't have,
It
the
wouldn't
air
have mattered,
power
right?
is 3K anyways,
Yeah.
yeah. He just kind of threw away the pioneer.
I feel
Mate.
like the pioneer is a really weird card to use, or most of those one drop kind of cards that you want to keep on the board for a while. Are weird to use.
Thought maybe he would drop the Panzer 3H and then
Yeah.
Fast Hinds, but I guess that works too. Ulster, maybe not in this particular scenario, but Ulster can usually, stop a good blitzkrieg. Like, he can eat a couple of the attacks from a blitzkrieg.
Not sure if that Sexton deployment was a good idea. Because now he can just... Okay, he's going to draw off one attack from his HQ, but he loses his artillery there.
Oh, he's gonna do what? 12 damage to face here.
I think he might use the blitzkrieg to kill the Sexton and then hit face for 7.
Yeah.
That's a really strong... Well, it's going to kill the Ulster, but...
And then Nakshub here, that also really helping him out. I would go with supply, maybe. Oh, no, right, no.
The air powers are scary.
Yeah, and also because of the Flampanzer was still being pinned there. I thought maybe supply lines into the Flampanzer there, but that wouldn't have worked.
I think one of the best things Blue could pull from a night raid is a joint operation. Hubble gets a blitzkrieg right now.
And Adler is also pretty good.
Oh, it's true.
He has what? He has 9, 11 damage that he can do.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of damage. Ready to go.
I feel like Blue is starting to fuel the clock on finding his honeys and card draw, because he really needs to start getting that heal machine running. Shelling, wow, what a
Ooh.
pull! What a pull!
That's gonna kill the Adler there. That's not gonna be too much of an impact for him, but
I think he wants to joint op the Flampanzer and set it up for the carpet bomb, and now Hubble is out of cards.
another Flampanzer though. It's not gonna be enough, sadly.
Still, you know, at that low HP, it's always dangerous.
Now, Blue could get a lucky commando tick and kill the Flampanzer.
did.
Okay, there it is.
But it's only
Yeah.
only a 50-50. It's only a 50-50
Yeah.
because it's either
And he's
that or the headquarter, right?
Mm-hmm. He still had the cup of tea too for like another roll if it came to it.
So now we have to now Hubble has to depend on his top deck here, and so far not a great draw in my opinion.
Yeah, and I don't believe Hubble has anything like enigmas or whatnot.
No, he doesn't have any.
I think Blue might just get this. The shelling into carpet bomb just absolutely bringing him back.
299s there.
Ooh,
Ouch.
pretty horrible draws for Hubble. Now Blue is probably just gonna heal right back up.
Another keep calm there, and then we can do it. That's just gonna make his commando really difficult to kill there.
Yeah.
And the bounce. He
Daylight
can also
bombing.
potentially do daylight, yeah, and cripple his credits for the next turn.
I don't think it matters that much. Hubble's not really gonna pull anything
Yeah,
big.
that's true.
Did pull a comet.
Comet could maybe work.
You would have to survive for 3 more turns though.
I think he should drop the infantry just to eat commando ticks at the
Yeah.
very least.
Yeah. Choosing not to though.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But
Here
this
comes the
is-
honey.
Yeah. This is what
I
was
think-
dangerous.
I think Blue's going to be able to out heal this.
Yeah, and the convoy as well.
Another cup of tea.
Yep.
Kitty
That's gonna
Hawk,
pull
air
another.
power.
Gonna pull another card. And look at how fast the HP just goes up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And he has some more Crusaders as well, so that's gonna help.
Ooh.
Auto Canona.
Oh my
Is
god!
it gonna be enough?
If Blue didn't get off that heal, he would have been able to kill it with the 4 damage from the auto cannon and the comet
Canona.
damage. Canona.
Canona.
8 damage coming out right there in that one turn, but Blue is just going to be able to heal it. He's got the engine up, so it's Blue don't care.
He doesn't have more draw though.
Well,
yeah.
just got to play orders.
Yeah. Just
Not
play
sure if
another
you-
Crusader, another Honey, and then an air power. Yeah. Or daylight bombing, whatever you want.
Not sure if you realize, but Blue just tossed his cat over the other side of the room there.
I didn't see that. If he played a convoy here, he's just going to completely just, look
Another
at all that healing.
Jesus Christ.
18 health.
Wow.
Yep.
He's
My
gonna
God.
overdraw next turn, but yeah,
And there it is.
And there it is.
the inevitability.
Wow.
So that's 2-0 for Blue so far, and Hubble is not really having an answer to this. Next up is his ramp deck.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, so now, and this is what I love about this format. Now, Hubble knows exactly what he's bringing, right? He knows he's bringing his ramp deck. He knows what that ramp deck does, and he knows what its weaknesses are. So what is he going to bring? Is he going to bring the German deck for the third time to try and take out the ramp? Or is he going to go for his Japan aggro?
I think it's looking likely he's gonna do it again, because
But go ahead.
I think, yeah, because of the speed. I mean, the mid range is, as again, mid range. If Hubble can finish it in the first 5 turns or so, which is possible, then he already has that victory under his belt. While with any of the other options, like let's say he goes for his Commonwealth deck, then he's gonna go into his mid range again. So then it's slowly but surely evening it out for blue as well. So
And even no matter what, Hubble is going to have to beat his ramp deck with all 3 of his decks if he wants to win this.
Yeah. And speaking of, we have both of these players in the call with us now. But we're gonna do this one at a time. So I'm gonna start by asking Blue to disconnect, and then we'll have you connect right after. So Hubble, thanks for jumping onto the call with us and giving us a quick interview here. How are you feeling? 2-0 down, back against the wall.
Yeah, wheels have come off a bit, but can't complain. I had the draws earlier in the tournament, so and it's hard against Blue because he's such a good player, and you're not going to get many chances if you don't get going, then it's over, isn't it?
Yeah. Now you know that he has to bring his USA ramp deck that we've seen before in the tournament. What's your strategy dealing with that, knowing that he has that deck, only that deck available, while you still have all your 3 decks available?
Yeah, so I'm just going to go again with my German aggro because, it's a good matchup for me. Technically, I think the first game was 50-50. He got the draw, so the second game I think I should win, but I don't know. I'm just short. I maybe shouldn't have took that. I shouldn't have took that that artillery. I thought I knew he was going to drop a commando. But he had the cup of tea as well with it. Maybe I should have took the direct damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's a good matchup for me. But then I could win this one, I think. But I'm going to struggle with my other 2 decks against his other decks. So.
All right. Well, it's going to be interesting. Best of luck to you. Thanks for coming and chatting with us for a quick second. I'll let you jump off and we'll get Blue on in here.
Okay.
Let me see. There we go. And there we go. And there we go. All right. Calling Blue up. Get his perspective here. I'm going to let you guys take the lead on this interview because I need your questions now. Hello, Blue. Hello.
Hello.
So,
Hello there.
how you feeling, Blue? You feeling confident? You feeling worried? What's going through your head right now?
I'm a little nervous, man.
Nervous?
No, it's just been these like crazy intense games all day. And I swear I thought I was dead for many turns towards the end there when he hit the comet. And but getting like the double honey with the double Crusader plus just drawing like most of my deck really brought me back from the brink.
Yeah, that was really interesting to watch. Now, in order for Hubble to take this from you, he's going to have to beat your ramp deck with all 3 of his decks. Do you think your ramp deck can hold up against that? Because you just need to win one.
I need to win one. That's right. Yeah, it doesn't do great against... Ooh, sorry, my cat is invading my setup here. It doesn't do well against aggro from what I've tested on ladder. So that's going to be tough. Although maybe he'll play his Commonwealth deck first. Who knows? And then it will just be a sweep.
Yeah. But either way...
I'll go ahead.
Either way, eventually he's going to have to bring that Commonwealth deck. So we're going to see that matchup. If he does beat you, eventually we will see that matchup. So maybe that'll be your chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No, I'm just, everybody playing today has just been such great players and really good camaraderie here and sportsmanship. And so I'm just glad to be here and I'm really having fun with it. So thank you guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just gotta say from my end as well, and I keep saying this every time we go live or do a tournament like this. It's absolutely fantastic working with you guys, and our little kind of Discord server where we're coordinating all of this stuff. It's just really lively and fun. So, just a huge shout out to the KARDS community, everybody that's playing, casting, watching. You guys are all awesome. Thank you for being a part of this with us. All right, well, we'll let you go and get ready for the next match.
All right. Hey, thank you guys so much.
Thank you. All right, and with that, I think, we're pretty much about ready to go into the final match. I think the players are just waiting to issue the challenges. I'm going to give them the green light to go ahead and do that. Green light. We're going to go ahead into the final game. Let's hear from chat. Who do you think is going to take it? Do you think that Blue Blast is going to be 3-0ing this final, or is it going to go to game 5 like we had last time around in the series between him and Ari? What do you think is going to happen?
We'll find out.
Yes, we will. All right. Let's see. Hubble has some unopened packs there. All right. Yes. All right. Blue need a nerf for sure. People are talking about that in chat. Well, I mean, we saw he has mastered how to enter the Matrix, as we saw earlier, so... It's the best of 5. There we go. Enemy located, and we're about to head on into the match. This is match number 2 in this best of 5 finals between Hubble, Bub, and Blue Blast. This is match number 3 between Hubble, Bub, and Blue Blast. Blue Blast currently 2-0 up. Hubble, Bub, with his back against the wall, needs to take the next 3 matches if he wants to claim the $500 first place prize. All right, guys, take it away.
All right, a pretty solid opening hand from Blue, I'd say. He's got a little bit of ramp. He's got early guards.
He just drew high altitude as well, so that's gonna be handy in the late game here.
Sure, the Flampanzers for Hubble are not gonna get any on deploy value. I'm sure we all know that. We may just drop them on curve.
Fast Heinz as well.
Hubble might want to just develop the board and...
Not sure if that was... I think that was a little bit early here for him.
I actually disagree. I feel like that was the perfect time to do that.
That's true. The P40 coming out, yeah, that could have been bad later on.
Because, like, the US ramp really struggles to deal with anything before, like, turn 5. So I quite like that early Fast Heinz play.
But we all know Blue has an insane amount of healing in this deck as well, so he can come back from really low.
Supply shipment might save it from the air defense there, if he opts for that.
Yeah, it just might. Hubble kind of
Blue Blast making sure he's staying hydrated.
The headphones coming off.
We know he's serious now.
See a little redness, in the cheeks as the pressure sets in. Oh man, I love having these cameras and pictures. So good.
This cam turned purple as well, so Blue.
Hubble, not too many great options here. Knowing what we know, I think his best bet would be a supply shipment, but that's pretty good.
Works pretty well. Plays around the air defense there. well.
Corsair coming out, I think, could be really strong. I guess he wants to kill that thing pretty much ASAP.
Yeah. And I mean, he'll trade it if he decides to attack with it.
Hubble with the Comet now and blue.
I'm wondering what you play here. Probably the engineers move the pawns, Flampanzer up, attack with that first. Not that it will matter, but
I mean, it matters for health management, I suppose.
do you care, like, you know, which one do you value there? Having a 5-4 or having a 4-5 with a 5-4 with 1 operating cost, or having a 5-4 with 2 operating, or 4-5 with 2 operating costs? Because that was really
I think maybe he would have wanted to have the attack damage there. HP doesn't really matter too much against USA because they're just gonna kill you in a single hit no matter what. But Comet here might win Hubble the game. Blue with the little disgusting. Blue not happy about that.
Ooh, you're not there quite yet.
Yeah, he needs to find ramp.
He needs to find health.
Oh, that guard.
That works. Guard could absolutely work. If he gets the Pershing on the front line, that could maybe save him.
I mean, I think that's probably game at that point.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what do you do here if you're Hubble? You can clear the front line.
You could do that.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
He could even take the front line and not quite. He can move the Flampanzer up though.
Yeah.
And he'll have a bounce for that guard and just
Oh, nice top deck there, but
but I think he wants to do the high altitude here. Well, okay, I guess that works. I didn't see that in his hand, but
okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. It's tough.
yeah, Blue's got a pretty solid defense up right now.
Ooh,
The joint operation could actually be what closes this out. I think that's his best option there, just because it weasels around a guard.
I can almost hear the wheels turning in Hubble Bub's heads right now, just calculating how this will all play out.
Oh, you went for the 35T.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
I think he's trying to set up for a play where he miscalculated the credits there. He wanted to keep the front line.
He could have done that if he didn't play the Flampanzer there.
Honey coming out, but will it be enough?
I think what Hubble wanted to do there is he wanted to block that infantry from moving up, right? Like, he wanted to make sure that he could not get that infantry to move up, because he can bounce it.
Ooh,
And he
really
wins.
good double kill there.
But Hubble can win
Hubble
now.
wins.
Hubble wins. He takes the front line, he bounces, he plays the infantry.
Comet.
Just enough credits.
Yep. Comet. Hit face.
Just enough.
Perfect. And that's it. And
Oh,
blue last.
Blue.
And Blue is looking at there like, no. So
Wow, excellent play.
So it's not gonna be a completely
It's not a clean
Wipe.
sweep.
not a clean sweep.
Hubble just going for face as hard as he could there, exploiting the weakness of ramp, which is early game removal.
And I think all of this actually boils down to that fast Heinz play that he made that early, right? It allowed him to get enough damage on the face so that he could really capitalize on it once he pulled that Comet into hand. That was an excellent play by Hubble. Wow, I'm really impressed. Not much to say about that other than that. Yes. All right, well, let's pull Hubble in back into the call here and chat to him about this game. You probably have some questions for him there. Hello, Hubble, and congratulations on your first win in this grand finals.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I struggled through that one as well. I don't know. I'm not playing my best stuff. Probably because it's who it's against. But yeah, like when he attacked me with that East Sussex, which was, I knew something was wrong because that's the wrong move to play. So he's doing it for a reason. And I thought, oh, he's teeing me up for something. And I thought it was for the carpet bombing, but it was the it was the air defense. So I got that wrong. But yeah, that's that one. At least I've got one on the board.
Yeah. One of the things that we were kind of wondering about was that early fast Heinz play, and that seemed to work out really well, but that was something that we were kind of questioning a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about the thought process behind that?
Yeah, I mean, that's something just from experience of playing a lot. I mean, I used to just wait and get more, I'll wait a bit longer, get a lot more, value out of it, and bang, all your troops have gone. The board's wiped and you don't get to play it at all. And there's no value in it. That's a big tip I can say is that get to play that Heinz early and get some value out of it as soon as you can, I think.
Yeah, seemed to work out there. Do you guys have any questions?
Not really. Maybe one. How do you feel now that you've managed to beat blue the first time?
Yeah.
Are you getting more confident, or are you still respecting the authority of blue here?
Yeah, I know his other two decks, and they're very strong. And that was my strongest deck, and it took 3 goes to beat him. So I don't hold out much hope, but I'm pleased I've got to here, and I'm going to give it my best shot, obviously, and see what happens. Anything can happen, but yeah, I don't feel that confident, but I'm going to give it my best.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, good luck in the next match. Thanks for jumping in and chatting with us real quick. We'll let you go. That was Hubble Bub. Not feeling really confident going into the next match, but not feeling that he's playing well either. I thought he was playing pretty well.
Yeah. He's underplaying himself a little bit or underestimating himself, but he has to realize that, one, as the wild card, he managed to not only beat some really good players, but also managed to get into the finals, which is on its own pretty impressive, all things considered.
And
so, go ahead.
He's played a whole nother set too because of that whole 8th and 9th place tie. So he's been here just longer.
Yeah, he has a spot in this OC tournament. I think that he really should be proud of himself no matter what. I mean, if he loses the next game, then personally, I wouldn't say that would be a failure. I would be pretty damn proud of myself. I mean, being able to beat guys like J King and Rain Zone and just playing another set, as Scout says, just to even get into the OC tournament. So, yeah, no matter what, he should be proud.
Yeah, I mean, I think all these players should be proud of where they are at the moment. Even if you have all the cards, even if you have all the decks, and you go and you want to try and push for that top of the ladder, you need to maintain like an 80% win rate or something to really push that elo that high. So these players are all methodical top players. Nothing can be taken away from them. But before we head into this next match, we're gonna take a quick short 3-minute break. You guys can get up and get some water, stretch your legs,
Nap.
take a quick nap. Scout, 3-minute nap, 2-minute nap. But all right, we'll see you all in about 3 minutes. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We greatly appreciate it, and thanks everyone for playing. Thanks to you guys for casting with me. And we'll see you in about 3 minutes. And we are back from this quick little break, about to head into game number 4 between Blue Blast and Hubble Bub. It currently stands at 2 wins for Blue versus 1 win from Hubble Bub. Both players have lost their Germany decks. Now, Blue Blast has lost his Commando deck and has to bring his US ramp deck. And what we have yet to see from Hubble, it's his Japan aggro deck and his... Who is he playing?
Commonwealth
Italy?
deck.
Yeah, Commonwealth Italy deck, right? Okay.
Yep.
And that was the one we saw with the Spirit of Rome early on in the 56 unit.
The big horsey.
Yeah, big horsey. Look at my horse. My horse is
My
amazing.
horse is amazing.
Dude, there's a meme video in there somewhere.
Yeah.
I can see
Yeah.
the wheels are turning in Scout's heads right now. He's like, YouTube. There's a YouTube video in there. All right,
Yep,
we're in the game.
Somewhere.
And it's going to be US against Japan.
Blue Blast with the snapback ready to go.
Yeah.
It's fresh from the skate park, ready to show Hubble how it's done.
First doing a few flips and an ollie. All right, air defense for blue there.
Jasko, I think, is an amazing turn 1 drop from Blue there, especially against Japan aggro.
Oh,
All
yeah,
those
for
little
sure.
ticks of damage getting completely negated.
Yeah, getting rid of that Jasko is a huge priority for Hubble Bub at this point.
Absolutely. Blue Blast also packing that carpet bombing as well, so he just needs a little bit of ramp and he can really mess him up. Air defense I think would be really good. It would suck for Blue if the Akita damage triggered on the honey, but
Yeah.
I think either way, it doesn't really matter what it triggers on. It's going to be good for Hubble as long as it doesn't go to the HQ.
Also, let's not forget he has a bombing raid in his
Exactly.
hand, so
yeah.
So he really wants this to go.
Okay.
didn't trigger.
No, it went onto the HQ.
Playing Surrey would not be a bad move here. Just protects his HQ there a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. Might see the bombing raid come out from Hubble
Yep.
here. I think that could be quite nice. Use it on the Sari and then attack.
Interesting.
Going for the Blitzkrieg. Okay.
Oh,
That's a really interesting play there.
that's hitting the Jasko, so he could potentially just bombing raid next turn and hit the honey dead on and then do 2 more damage to each side. So
But as we know, Blue is also packing that we can do it, which looks like he's gonna play right
Yeah.
here, which can be really good for him.
Seaborn invasion there.
Yeah, this is looking very much in Blue's favor at the moment. Hubble with a lot of empowering orders, but not really any units to be dropping out. He's gonna need to get some draw.
Does he attack with the recon to get the draw before he does anything? Or does he just keep it there? Yeah, choosing to
I think
trade it.
he blitzkriegs into honey.
That's not what he wanted to draw.
Oh no.
You know what he should have done, I think, maybe? Was when he blitzkrieged, he should have dropped the Yokosuka because he would have gotten 1 more attack out of the Yokosuka because the recon had 0 operation cost. So a slight misplay there, but, you know, that's something that's hard to catch.
He in there.
Okay. Starting to pick up slightly more serious cards.
No, he doesn't have anything in his hand to help offset that damage there on the Jasko.
Seaborn
So-
coming in.
Oh,
Ooh,
that's a pretty good drop there for Seaborn.
yeah, I
really
think that's
good.
the second best outcome for Seaborn.
Really good.
And Hubble is in a bit of an issue here because he has a rising sun.
He needed that Rising Sun a long time ago.
Yeah, but he doesn't really have anything to trigger it because he doesn't have any units to kind of take the front line now.
Ooh.
Another we can do it there. Killing the Heian there, just keeping it alive.
And just look at all that ramp that he's sitting on in the hand as
Yeah.
well. You know,
Doesn't need it.
Now, he does have
This-
a Taipei, but I don't think it's gonna be enough.
Ooh, Blue with the this shouldn't take long. Giving him a little sass.
Yeah, his face says it all here. Blue has a very strong hand now. You can take it. You can take it the long term now because right now Hubble's cards are meaning nothing to him. I mean, they're all low cost, low health, low attack, and even if
I don't see a timeline where Hubble comes back from this.
nope. It's going to be lethal next turn for Blue Blast. And with that, he's going to be the Officer Club champion when he finishes
Blue
this
nodding
turn.
his head.
And there we go. That's going to do it. Finishing it
Blue
off.
is looking very smug. The face says it all. He's happy. He's won. And with that, the finals of the second tournament is done. So, wow. Blue done it.
That was quick.
That's it. That's it. 3-1. Excellent series. GG's to the guys. Excellent series. I think. So I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna say, you know, if we see Hubble in this same situation again, he's gonna put up an even bigger fight. I feel like
Oh, yeah.
we heard a little bit of nerves there. You know, facing off against such a veteran like Blue. In his first ever Officers Club Championship, he's played more games than anyone else today, fought himself like literally from outside the bracket to the finals, so a long day for him. Excellent showing.
You know, a bit of a round of applause for Hubble here, because he did it. He did it what he had to do, man. I mean, he went in as an outsider. He never been into an OC before, never in the top 10 before. So now he just goes like, okay, I'm in the bracket. I'm facing all these big names, and I'm in the finals now against a very renewable and professional player, and I have to face him. And that's what I said before the game started, was his head is turning. He's nervous. And I think if Hubble has a more clear mind when it comes to that, and be a bit more assured of himself, a bit more confident, then maybe we could have, you know, the little mistakes he's had so far, maybe he could have done it differently. It's hard to say now, but you know, either way, Hubble shouldn't be ashamed of this game. He's done a lion of a series of games, and he's done a lion of a series of games. I'm not sure how you say it in English, but it's a Dutch thing. But it's you know, massive respect to him. And here's Blue.
Welcome.
Hey guys.
Champion.
Champione.
How are you feeling?
Yes. Feeling great. Feeling really good. I was worried in that last game against the German aggro. I knew he was going to run me over. And could have been a similar situation with Japan, but I hit the Jasco, I hit the Honey, then the Issa Rae, into the We Can Do It's. And man. But you know, good game to Hubble Bub, great player. For making it this far in his first tournament appearance, that's awesome. And to everybody else who participated, you guys are awesome. All really high caliber players, and yeah, man, feels good. Feels good to win. I didn't get Sendai'd this time.
No, you did not.
Or Sendai myself.
All right.
out of the interview.
I snuck Blue into the screen with us.
Oh.
Just a little like. So I just wanted to have his face here while we talk to him. Well, congratulations. You came in second last time. You finished it, closed it out this time around. Did anything change in between the tournaments for you in terms of the strategy, how you prepared, or anything?
I did a lot more preparing this time. So I've been doing. I've been actually when I play ladder games with the deck, I record. Which each deck that I'm testing, I record who I play against, what deck are they running, what's their strategy, and then win or loss, and then just notes about what did I lose to or how did I win, what combination of cards or what overall strategy did I have, and I'm keeping that in a spreadsheet as a tome of knowledge.
Wow.
So that helped me prepare for today. Definitely, it's kind of a lot of book work, but I think it's been paying off. I don't know. I picked up that idea from Big Dog. He's a big statistics guy, and he kind of put me onto doing that.
Yeah.
Doing your homework.
Yeah.
I mean, putting in the work definitely delivers results. I mean, I think that's fair to say about. It doesn't matter if it's cards or anything else. Putting in the preparation will always help. So.
Yeah. So that's about what I did differently. Again, yeah, put more practice time on the ladder. And I kind of picked a wacky deck to bring with Commando. I really wasn't sure how it was going to do. It was doing good on ladder. And it just, again, I feel like it's like another blowout deck from this tournament, like how Ramp was the last time. So I'll be excited to see everybody's take on Commandos coming up here.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, what did you think about like the different levels of diversity, post Theaters of War, and what those cards kind of have done for the meta, and you mentioned commando decks in that regard. I think it's really fun that Theaters of War got us to a point where the meta is kind of shifting and evolving again, and people are learning how to use these cards. Where do you feel like we are in that? Do you think we're still in the very early days of this meta kind of forming, or?
Yeah, I think we are. Yeah, absolutely. It's still early. Theaters of War is young, and I mean it's made an immediate splash, especially with Britain, of course. Rule Britannia being an insane card really greases the wheels of the whole deck. It would not be the same deck without it, for sure. And like I've been seeing a lot of cards like Pursuit running around in German decks as a way to like bounce a huge guard, and then your whole team gets a blitzkrieg basically. They operate for free. And so yeah, they've definitely been making a big splash. The Honey as well, giving Ramp the ability to really gain a lot of health. And same goes for Brit, even beyond what their capabilities are now. Which I think has opened the door for a lot more of deck diversity and not just German aggro decks just smashing into each other. And with the East Array too is another cheap guard, basically an upgrade to the 5th Brigade, +1/+1 for 1k only.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean the only deck I really have, or the only nation that I have not either I haven't really put the time in or haven't really seen a lot of success with on ladder is Soviets, but I think that's going to be next. I'll try to break the 17th Rifles.
Well, I mean, J King, who won last season, he was most played Soviet. So apparently there's a way to make it work.
Right. I'll need that deck list from him.
Well, so congratulations again. Thank you so much for joining us for this little post-game interview. And it's been a pleasure casting your games and following the action in the tournament today. But I think we'll say goodbye to you and let you go enjoy your victory.
Excellent. Hey, can I plug my Twitch real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, so Friday. Follow me, guys. Twitch. My name is Blue Blast on Twitch. I stream myself on the competitive ladder, top 20, top 10, top 5, wherever I'm at. I also do drafts as well. It's a big teaching stream. People want to get better at the game, learn, turn order strategies, doing quick math, all these little things that combined really bring out your best cards players. So head over there, give me a follow. I stream regularly. And thank you for having me on. Thank you for the opportunity to play. Had a great casting team, and it was just a home run. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, and have a good day.
All right.
And with that, we thank Blue for his performance today. And that's it for us. There's like a somber song playing as well in the background, so it's kind of like a sad kind of, oh, the day is ending. But I can see Scout really wants to go to sleep. I'm getting pretty tired as well. This has been an awesome 5.5 hour broadcast, guys. Super good casting with you today. Awesome having you. Before we say goodbye, do you guys want to maybe take turns and give some shout outs, plug some of your stuff as well?
Yeah, sure. Today was fun. It was great being here. I'm sorry I was pretty drowsy through the second half of it, but sometimes those nights just happen. I'll plug my stream. Twitch.tv/ScoutShout. That is SCOUTSHOUT. We play a lot of fun decks there, come up with a lot of weird things, and have a grand old time. Sometimes I'll play party games with the other cards community guys like Rydek,
Hubble
Blue, Spoos. Some of you guys know them, yeah. We'll be trying to do more of that eventually, so that'll be fun. And yeah, go head over there, shoot me a follow, and Rydek, take it away.
Okay, I'm taking it away. Yeah, same thing really. You know, I have a Twitch channel, I have a YouTube channel. I'll put it all in the chat when you guys are at this point of the stream. And I just want to thank Ollie for inviting me out this time. I had to miss the first one, but I'm happy to do the second one. I'm glad it turned out to be good, interesting, exciting games, and see a wild card get so far up. It's quite good to see, and yeah, hope to see more from Hubble in the future.
Yeah.
So that's it for me.
Definitely. And I want to say thank you to both of you guys for coming and, you know, giving us 5.5 hours, 6 hours of your time to cast for this. It's not something that I take for granted, so I am extremely appreciative of that. Same thing to the players for making the time to come and play the tournament. Obviously, without them, we couldn't be doing what we're doing here. So thank you to everyone that tuned in and watched and have been playing cards as well. We really appreciate it. We're keeping this up. We're ramping up the amount of tournaments and happenings that are happening. Check out the K-League that Rydek is hosting. There's going to be the Cards Open coming up, which is a $1,000 cash prize tournament open for all. And we'll be adding in some more tournaments in the near future, possibly even Challenge the Devs tournament, which could be fun.
Ooh. I want to be part of that.
Oh. But all right, with that, that's pretty much it for us today. Thank you so much to everybody that tuned in. We really appreciate it. Hope to see you next time. There's going to be another Officer Club Championship next month for the top 8 players that finish in the top 8 this season. So if you're near the top of the ladder, get grinding so you can secure your spot in the next month's tournament. But with that, thank you everyone, and good night. Or good day, I guess. You know, wherever you are in the world. See ya.